with the lush flowers and lean flavours of our spring hungry patch now behind us. It's just turned summer on Fat Pig Farm.
Come on, girls.
And with each new day, the garden is gifting our kitchen team more and more beautiful veggies to wow our guests with. Which means the chef in me is happy to boast. So we grow pretty much everything on your plate. So we're going to put some things to share. You all know each other, so you'll share nicely. Oh, well, maybe not. I heard you. That was a cackle. But for almost a year now, the farmer in me has been learning to look at our land with new eyes, seeing how each plant, each animal, and each season all work together to build the ecosystem that we call Fat Pig Farm. What I really want to do is manage it better, maybe even grow the topsoil, increase the fertility so that in the short time that we own it, it ends up as a better property than when we first took over. My name is Matthew Evans. After years as a big city food critic, I bought a farm in Tasmania to better understand what I eat by growing it myself. I built a restaurant right at the top of the farm, but now I want to get a better understanding of what I eats. This means starting from the ground up to improve the health of our soil, our farm, and our food for generations to come. From foodie to farmer to chef to rehabilitator of the land, how hard can it be? One of the things that's really come home to me about farming is this big interconnection between healthy soil and good tasting food. You can't have healthy soil unless you've got this amazing ecosystem, all the billions of microbes that live under the soil and fungi that live under the soil. And then you've got all the bird life above it, but also you've actually got insects, and they're an important part of the process too. In fact, experts believe that 1/3 of the planet's entire food supply depends directly or indirectly upon insects for pollination. It's a mind-boggling statistic, and it's got me curious about the lives of Fat Pig Farm's insects and how they contribute to the food that we harvest. So I've invited PhD entomologist Shasta Henry from the University of Tasmania to come and survey our property and maybe break down a few insect stereotypes. Before we started doing this garden, I just went insects equals bad. Like kill them, get rid of them, problem.
I understand why people have that bias. A lot of the insects that we interact with are pests. We've got mosquitoes, the ants that are breaking into your kitchen, the Portuguese millipedes that are coming under the door, European wasps causing havoc. But that's I mean, 4 species that hold a sort of an unbalanced place in our imaginations because they're negative and we see them all the time.
So just going all insects are bad is kind of like going all bacteria bad.
Yeah, right. And it's about shifting our perspective, and people have an opportunity to be educated, to learn more.
Because of its remoteness, Tasmania's native ecosystem of plants and insects evolved over vast amounts of time, in near complete isolation from the rest of the world. But all of that changed with the arrival of Europeans, and introduced species of animals, plants and insects, all beginning to compete with native species for food and pollen. So I wanted Shasta's opinion on these blow-ins. Bumblebee. European bumblebees are an introduced species that are believed to have been illegally smuggled into Tasmania from New Zealand in the early 1990s, and now they're found everywhere on the island.
They're really effective pollinators.
Oh, right.
Because they're a little bit bigger bodied, they can hold a bit more temperature, they can get up earlier in the morning and stay up a little later at night. But that means that they get the jump on native species, so they get first access to the resources, which is the nectar from the flowers.
Right. There are thought to be over 10,000 species of insects native to Tasmania, and their role in helping us grow the food that we eat is really important. Native bugs like hoverflies, butterflies, wasps, beetles and ants, they break down organic material, which can become soil nutrients, and they also help to pollinate the crops that we depend on for food. What's the tips if you wanted to make sure you've got a good home for insects?
Flowers for them to visit, other bugs for them to eat. dry, woody vegetation. Like we say, it's important not to clean up all of your dead wood and stuff because that's insect
All right.
refuges and places for them to overwinter. What you guys are doing here, you've got lots of environmental diversity, whether you kind of built that in intentionally or not. It's definitely a thing that people
So yeah, a lot of it's...
should be focusing
Yeah, a lot
on.
of it's very well planned, all of it.
There's a soldier beetle
And there's a soldier beetle.
climbing around in the raspberries here.
Never knew the name, but I know what they taste like.
Because
The way we eat raspberries is like this. Because there's often something living in them. It's true that some insects are considered pests, and they're responsible for the loss of 13% of the world's food crops. But a farm field growing a variety of plants tends to attract fewer insect pests than a field growing just one type of crop. So, according to Shasta, when it comes to small farms like ours, plant diversity is a really important form of sustainable pest control.
think of it as encouraging an army of positive insects that are going to be balancing out the negative ones on your behalf.
They can do all the fighting on my behalf while while you and I eat raspberries. Shasta's insights into the connection our insects have to the food that we grow has been fascinating. And best of all, we scored full marks for biodiversity without even trying. How good's that? We've actually, by accident, created this ecosystem where all these insects thrive. And there's, what, 5, 6, 10 problem insects, baddies. But there's thousands of them that are doing the good things that we want in the garden. It's clear that when it comes to farming, having a healthy ecosystem of insects is a good thing. But no insect does more heavy lifting than bees. In fact, 2/3 of all Australian food crops need honeybees for good pollination. And last autumn, Sadie noticed that our own bees were experiencing a little cabin fever living in our old hives.
They're very angry bees. Like they're quite vicious. They have been known to sting people in the garden who are, you know, quite a ways from the hive.
So after getting a few design tips from our friend Anton about some new top bar hives that mimic the way they live in the wild,
this is all operating horizontally. So as the hive grows, I move this board here, which is like an end wall. I can move that wall out and expand and contract the hive.
Sadie hit the tools and whipped a couple up. But transferring the bees from their old box-shaped hives to their spacious new digs is a delicate process. It looks like a lot of bees. I reckon you're on your own from here.
You're going to stop there?
I'm stopping here.
All right.
It's the theory that it gets full because there's so many flowers and so much pollen around that this is a good time and they'll need more space, so they have to move into the base.
But what I'm hoping is that they will lay their brood in the bottom box. They like to put their brood near the entrance.
What's a
and
brood,
I'm hoping
like
that
their
they'll
babies?
put honey in this top box.
Yep.
And then I can just take away the top box full of honey at the end of summer.
See, now you're talking my language. I'd prefer the talk of honey. I'm a bit like Pooh Bear.
There's heaps of bees. And if you have a look,
Yeah.
you can see them. They've got legs all covered with pollen, so they're bringing pollen back.
Oh, you can see that
Yeah.
without your glasses.
Even without my glasses, I can see that.
Farmers are, by nature of what we do, stewards of the land. Our farms are complex ecosystems. So it's important to us that our animals, the earth and plants all work together to support each other. Because the result of all that harmony is better food and a sustainable farm. But on Fat Pig, there's one creature that continually hits a bum note for me. These little blighters, snails. Shasta, the entomologist, was saying there's thousands of insects in the garden and, you know, only a handful are a pest. These things, for me, total pest. They have no value. All they do is eat my crops and compete with me for food. There are over 1,000 species of native snails and slugs in Australia. However, most of the ones we find in our gardens are feral. Garden snails were introduced into Tasmania to provide food for domestic birds, such as the European thrush and blackbirds. You can tell the difference between a local and a tourist by their tentacles. One pair of tentacles and they're a native, 2 pairs of tentacles and they're a long way from home. all those little buggers in the garden, the snails, there actually is a use for them. They're the same variety, the only variety that you're allowed to farm as a snail farm in Australia. And I'm wondering if we could use them in a dish in the restaurant. So I'm off to see a mate of ours. He only lives 10 minutes from here, and he actually runs a snail farm, and I reckon he'd have a few pointers.
David Plater is a heliculturalist, or snail wrangler to his mates.
Hey, mate.
How are ya?
His farm, the Huon Snail, has 11 free-range snail pens, and is one of only 3 in all of Tassie.
So this is like absolutely full of snails?
We hope around 10,000
In there?
in there.
So how long is this going to last, that whole crop?
This should last them, you know, until they get up to a processing size.
And what size is that?
32 to 35 mil, about 8 to 10 grams.
That's big. That's really big.
Yep.
Can we see if we can see some?
They should be under there.
What, do we climb over?
Yep.
Yeah. You want me on the other end, or you do it?
Yeah, if you could. Try not to step on any.
Yeah. Yeah, right.
So there should be,
Oh, yeah. There's a few.
yeah, there's quite a few on the ground. So being the day, they'd be in here starting to rest. Cooler it gets at night, they'll come out and start eating.
Same species that I would have at my farm.
Yep. They're a garden snail. They're a little grey.
So I could just go home and cook up those ones that I killed earlier today.
No, you've got to purge them.
Yep.
Make sure the systems are cleaned out and they don't have anything toxic in them or anything like that. So
So you can get sick off eating
you
them.
can get sick. Yeah.
Right. And how do you purge them? Just give them just clean food that you know what's in it?
We purge them on bran for a few days, then a couple of days on water, then
Yeah.
a couple of days on nothing, and then they start to hibernate.
Humans have consumed land snails for thousands of years. They're high in protein and iron and contain little cholesterol or fat.
We're getting a bit rattled by the light.
The common garden snail is the only species allowed to be farmed for the table in Australia to prevent the importation and spread of other species into our environment.
From below.
Yep.
Right, where should we go?
Well, there should be some under here. So if we just lift it up from here, we'll see what's under here.
Oh, snails everywhere. All different sizes.
Yeah.
So, is that big enough?
Let me just check. So we
What's
wanted
that?
about 35
Is
mil.
that your professional?
That's my snail sizer.
Ooh, not quite. Oh,
Not
just
quite.
not quite.
Not quite. Let him get a bit bigger.
Right. There. What about that one?
This one?
Yeah. What do you reckon? You're the.
Nice spider there. Perfect.
I've never actually cooked snails in my life, and eating them straight out of your garden can be risky. If they've consumed any toxic weeds or even the next door neighbour's slug pellets, you can get very sick.
Here we go.
But these guys have been fed up and purged. And I've got an idea on how to make a soup with them that we could serve at lunch.
I'm going to cook them really gently, make a broth, a sort of really peasant-style broth. First I need to give them a bit of a wash. So I actually salt them and then quickly wash them. I was reading about this rinsing, this sort of adding the water 4 or 5 times. And I thought, I wonder why you need to do that after they're purged. I can tell you what's come out of them. I'm glad that's not going into the soup. When you go to eat them, you winkle them out. So that's the expression. So you want them to have poked out of their shell a bit, so you can shove something, you know, a little toothpick or something like that, a little fork into them, and then pull them out like that. So apparently one of the best ways, it's good for the snail as well, is if it goes into cold water and just bring it up to the boil slowly. That way the snail doesn't realise what's happening to it, and also it releases from the shell a little bit, makes them easier to get out of the shell. I'm going to roast this garlic. I just want to blacken the skin on here and hopefully cook the insides a little bit. I'm going to throw this whole thing in. Garlic and snails, old classic combination. And, oh, look at that. Yeah, it's going to taste amazing. I might just pull off the really burnt leaves off the outside. I want to clean the foam that's appearing on the top of the snails, and you can use a spoon to skim that off, but there's a nice old technique where you use a herb. This is river mint. I think it's a native mint, really pungent, and you wouldn't want to throw this in a dish. It's so strong. I'm just going to use that to scoop the foam off the top and add a little fragrance to the dish at the same time. So that's my basic snail broth. I want to add vinegar, fennel seed, touch of chilli and some native Tasmanian pepper. So the idea with cooking a dish like this, never cooked snails before, the idea is we're trying to cook things from the farm. We have to experiment, we have to see what things taste like. So anything we can grow that we can add to it, the better. A little bit of salt, and then on the stove another hour or so till they're tender. Okay, they're looking good. I have to say, I was pretty dubious when I started washing them, but that broth smells really good. And I guess it smells a little bit Asian because I've got that fresh coriander in there, but I can't actually wait to try them. So they should just winkle out. A little bit chewy. They're good. It's got earthiness, but I think on the heat of the chilli and maybe a touch more vinegar, but they're good, they're good. That's a winner. Watch out, snails.
Since Europeans arrived in Australia, more than 40% of the continent's native forests have been cleared, and the bulk of that's been for agricultural production. And with the introduction of exotic plants and animals, our native wildlife have really struggled. But when it came to the introduction of horses and cows to these new farmlands, there's one little Aussie battler who couldn't believe its luck: the bushfly. Because come summer, all that fresh, wet poo lying around is an ideal place to start a family.
Got a bit of a fly problem on the farm, and this time of year it always seems to crop up. I wonder if it's all these cow pats that are lying around. I wonder if we've got any, enough dung beetles or any dung beetles on the property to actually help bury them and take them underground. Got a mate coming down, Graham, and he knows everything there is to know about dung beetles. He'll be able to tell me if I've got them.
When your job title is pooologist, it's bound to be a conversation starter.
Yeah, milky too.
So it's just as well Dr. Graham Stevenson loves to talk crap and all the little life forms that keep soils healthy.
There's one bull in this paddock, so...
Yes.
Back in the 1970s, he was one of the true pioneers of Australian organic gardening.
Hello, girl.
So today, I've asked him to bring over a swag of his own dung beetles to help me identify the kinds I have on the farm, which will hopefully manage our fly problem. And goodness knows, we are not short of dung.
Now, you can see there's some old poos and some pretty wet
fresh
spring ones. What are you doing there?
Well, looking for holes, beetle holes.
Beetle holes, in
Yes.
case we already have them.
Yes. No one's going to get upset me doing it with my fingers, will they? Oh, look at that. You've made my day.
What's that? I mean, it's a worm, but a special worm?
That is the black-headed earthworm. Oh, Matthew, you've made my day. I need a...
That was good.
Need a bit of water, or would you got enough spittle to lick it?
I've eaten worms. I'm going to tell you, I've eaten worms before, and I ain't licking another one. But...
No, I'm only...
Well, you want to clean it off?
No, don't worry. I'm only joking about the licking.
Oh.
But by crikey, Matthew.
So they're a good worm to have?
Oh, yes, deep digging.
Yeah.
Create topsoil.
The reason Graham is so excited about our topsoil is because every single plant on Earth needs it to survive, which means everything we eat needs it too. But it can take 500 to 1,000 years for even just a few centimetres of fresh, nutrient-rich topsoil to form. And as a result of modern agriculture, in the last 150 years, we've lost half the world's topsoil. Which makes the work of worms and dung beetles, just like the ones Graham has brought me today, all the more important for farmers.
I got interested because I thought maybe they'd help deal with my blowfly problem, but why are they important?
The blowflies are laying their eggs in the dung.
Yeah.
With dung beetles, they bury them.
Right. So I'm winning in three ways. I'm getting more fertility in the soil, possibly more grass,
Yes.
and less insect action of the sort we don't want,
And there's a
the
fourth
flies
one.
and parasites.
Soil structure.
Soil structure.
They're digging holes.
Yep.
and that allows water infiltration and air.
And air, so like worms,
Soil's
I guess.
got to breathe like us.
Yeah.
OK, we've introduced those.
it
yes,
flew.
nice
It's gone.
flight. And we'll go for a fresh dung pat.
Great.
The big ones will go 50 kilometres.
Right.
These ones, half a kilometre, no worries.
All right.
They'll smell the fresh dung
And fly towards it.
and go towards it.
Oh, brilliant.
According to Graham, dung beetles fly from cowpat to cowpat. And depending how many are living in a farm's ecosystem, it's not uncommon for them to completely bury a fresh pile of poo in hours. So Graham suggested I can get a good sense of what kind of beetle species I have on the farm by trapping a few before they burrow into the ground with a foolproof method. Poo on plastic.
Just plop it on.
Yep.
Left out for a few hours. The insects of Fat Pig Farm are not just critical to our soil and bushfly problem, they're also really important to the food that ends up on the table in our restaurant each season. So important that we've actually started companion planting flowers like these zinnias next to our vegetables. The flowers attract all kinds of pollinating insects who then snack on their nectar while also pollinating our crops.
I've got a dish in mind with the first tomato and the first of the eggplant. Just got to find some that are ripe. You got to squeeze them so they're a bit soft.
And by the looks of these little beauties, I can start in on exploring some new eggplant ideas for our next lunch.
I've got tomatoes, eggplant, basil. I have to cook this dish called eggplant pizzaiola, which is it's the pizza maker's sauce with eggplant. Right, I need to get these sliced. You could actually do this dish a bit like a palmy, where you crumb the eggplant and then cook it. They're ready to go in the pan. Oh, sure are.
The ancient Romans believed the eggplant caused everything from pimples to epilepsy. But if you simply salted and soaked the humble melanzane, you could counteract its effects.
Eggplant's one of those things you can give them a really decent amount of colour and sort of caramelising it rather than tasting burnt. Oh yeah, great colour.
This eggplant dish is a vegetarian twist on the Neapolitan tradition of veal cooked pizza style with tomatoes, olive oil, garlic and white wine.
Right, eggplant. I'm just going to lay them in the sauce. This is the cheese I'm going to use. It's a goat's cheese made by friends of ours. So a few slices just so they fit on top of each piece. Yum. So everything's already cooked. Sauce is cooked, eggplant's cooked. I'm just melting the cheese into the top. Oh, it smells good. I love that. Eggplant, an hour out of the garden. I probably should put it on a plate. I'm not gonna.
It's been a few hours now, so I think our crab trap might be ready for inspection.
So, it doesn't look much different. Doesn't look like it's crawling with life. Oh, look at that, there's one. Yeah, here's a dung beetle. We've actually got what looks like native species, but also a couple of the introduced dung beetles. As the weather warms up, they'll be pulling more poo down into the earth, get rid of the fly problem, hopefully. Only farming would be pushing poo uphill sometimes, but not pushing poo around with a stick. Off you go, guys. You can eat that.
Be it dung beetles, bees or butterflies, once you learn to see the world the way the insects do, you begin to understand how interwoven our survival is with theirs. Yes, they are small, but insects make up around 66% of all animal species on Earth. They form an important part of every ecosystem. They're food for birds, frogs, reptiles, fish and mammals. They decompose all organic matter, enrich our farm soils, pollinate our crops and protect our harvests. So spare a thought for these little gems, because I think it's safe to say that we need them more than they need us.
There's the girls
It's like 50 shades of brown.
Lift one up, keep one down low.
I'll hold that for you.
This nice breeze is going to blow that all the way for us.
8 years ago, I left the city and moved to Tasmania. I wanted to see where my food came from and live a simpler life. I bought a farm, and soon after, my partner Sadie joined me.
It's really yummy.
We had Headley, and a few years later upgraded to a bigger farm. Then we made a crazy decision to open a restaurant where everything on the menu came from our farm. It wasn't an easy job, and sometimes we felt like throwing it all in.
We had an issue with the hydraulics plan, didn't match the actual building.
The delays that are happening now
Yeah, well, every week's costing us money.
just kind of make me feel a little bit sick.
But we continued to learn from our many mistakes, and Fat Pig Farm has come to life. Our dream is starting to come true.
And we'd like you to raise your glass to toast the opening of the kitchen on Fat Pig Farm. At its core, what we're trying to do is a very simple thing, and that is to extend our farmhouse table, to take food that's grown outside these windows and bring it inside this building and prepare it for people to eat.
And so, over the course of a year and through 4 seasons, the story of this farm and my little family continues.
You wouldn't believe how much effort I went to.
So beautiful.
On the land, our day-to-day lives are guided by the changing of the seasons. But it's actually our soil that feeds us and allows us to live here.
It might sound weird, but I've actually been imagining planting wheat for years.
So over the course of this next 12 months, we'll be learning how to nourish our soils with more water and fertilise them more naturally.
If this works, if we slow the water down and we grow more stuff on this piece of land, this will exist for 100, 200, 300 years. They might even put more of them in.
Welcome to a year in the life of Fat Pig Farm.
I love our boys' weekends. Your weak bladder, his dicky ankles and my
Your
dodgy
bad knee.
knees, and we're in bed by 9 o'clock. It's a lot different than it used to be.
And our journey into leaving this land better than we found it.
But these things take time. I mean, you know, they're big projects. A lot of them won't happen in my lifetime. And I guess it's about improving the soil for Headley, my son, and for the generations that come after him. Well, at least that's the plan.
My name is Matthew Evans. After years as a big city food critic, I bought a farm in Tasmania to better understand what I eat by growing it myself. I built a restaurant right at the top of the farm, but now I want to get a better understanding of what I eats. This means starting from the ground up to improve the health of our soil, our farm, and our food for generations to come. From foodie to farmer to chef to rehabilitator of the land, how hard can it be? It's autumn on Fat Pig Farm. The days are long and the weather is warm and magical. The low hum of pollen-hungry bees fills the air, and the garden is literally producing more food than we know what to do with. But it never goes to waste, because since we opened the doors to the restaurant, our Friday lunch service is attracting more and more attention. Today we're feeding a touring troupe of gardeners from Orange in New South Wales.
You're all gardeners, right? You know what happens? We cook what we grow, right? So we grow pretty much everything on your plate. Nature determines when we can harvest. We have some wriggle room, but some weeks, you know, you have to harvest a lot of things. So the menu is determined by the garden.
However, this year, it seems that our table fare is only half the attraction, because people have been really interested in the garden itself. and how our resident green thumb, Nadia, goes about growing Fat Pig Farm's beautiful veggies.
So Nadia works full-time with us. She runs the garden, I guess, according to her principles, which are aligned with ours.
So we've got 70 15-metre beds, which are just for annual vegetable production. And we're focused on organic principles and soil health, because if the soil is healthy and full of life, then whatever's growing in it is going to be healthy and full of life. It's nutrient dense and it's really tasty. And when I'm talking about the soil biology, I'm talking about the ecosystem that's in the ground below our feet. There's bacteria, fungi, millions of organisms that actually do all the hard work of finding minerals and nutrients in the soil. They feed the plants and then the plants feed us.
In the last few years, we've put a lot of effort into looking after the soil that we grow our vegetables in. And autumn is when the garden is at its best. We've got more tomatoes than we know what to do with, tomatillos, capsicums, red and yellow. The garden crew can't pick everything fast enough, and the restaurant team are overwhelmed with the surplus. In fact, this year we've been blessed with more zucchinis than we've ever had before.
There's seasons in the year where there's just total glut. Zucchini at the moment, there'll be tomatoes, all sorts of stuff, cucumbers. And the whole thing is, these plants have been in for months. The effort that goes into the soil to get the plants to grow, to make them healthy. And the last thing we want to do is throw these away.
Thankfully, there's an age-old technique that we use for preserving our excess veggies, and that carries us through less bountiful seasons when the garden eventually slows, and also infuses them with new flavours. Fermentation.
I'm going to take all of these and ferment them in my crock. This is something I use to make sauerkraut, so it's got a water seal, but you can do this in a bucket. And I'm looking for something, it's probably about 1/2 centimetre thick. I guess the thickness is how we're going to use them. Yeah, what do I want to do with them? I want to put them on a sandwich. I don't want a big chunk. You can flavour it with anything. I want to do it really subtly, just with a little bit of onion. I've got some nice little spring bulbing onions. So I'm going to just do some fine slices of that. You can use any sort of bored onion, leeks or something like that are probably nicer for flavour, a bit sweeter. And when you think fermentation, fermentation is when bacteria, like lactic acid producing bacteria, same thing that's happening in sauerkraut, same thing that's happening in cheese to a large extent. They're actually getting in and changing the character and making the zucchini, keeping the flavour of the zucchini, but making it more complex. And things that are fermented, it's amazing, like tea's fermented, chocolate's fermented, coffee's fermented. Lots of the things we love to eat are fermented, and that's because they get a more complex, interesting, savoury, mouth-watering flavour. Rightio. So what I need to do is just add salty water to that. And then I'm going to cover it with a loose-fitting lid if you're at home, just something that the flies and bugs can't get in. But it doesn't matter if there's a little bit of oxygen exchange. There we go. So the water's pretty much right on the top of them. A couple of pieces maybe poking out, but they'll sink down a bit as I put the weights on with the lid. And then this one's got an airlock, a water lock, so it lets, as it ferments, you get carbon dioxide produced and gases produced, and the air can get out, but it means fresh oxygen can't get in. So I might put a bit of water into that little gap. Seeing as I've got it. Beautiful. Right, I'll just leave that on the bench, not in the sun. Ideally sort of in a pantry, 20 degrees. I'll leave it on the end of that bench and come back to it. Taste it every day. Maybe just make sure the top zucchini are actually submerged by tomorrow, and it should ferment in about 3 days' time, ready to jar up, put in the fridge.
Now, while the garden's bumper autumn crop looks great on its own, my plans for transforming Fat Pig Farm's sustainability this year are more big picture. And the first big issue in making those plans a reality is finding a way to manage what happens to our soil when it rains. Our farm is at the bottom of a gully, so heavy rainfall can leach all the soil nutrients at the top of the property and deposit them in the paddocks below, overloading that soil with minerals. And then there's the question of finding the best way to manage our farm animals and the effects that they have on our soil. So I asked our friend Hannah, who's a permaculture expert, to help us come up with a plan to return our soil to health without feeding it chemicals. But first, she needs to map out the property to hopefully solve some of our problems.
What I think we could do better with the paddocks and the animals is having more wind protection and shade.
Yeah.
But also more fodder. So up there is where our big blackberry problem is as well.
Yeah.
And we have so much water here in winter. I can't use this entire northern side of the property is pretty much too boggy to use.
Yeah.
And then in summer, it gets too dry.
Yeah.
And I don't know whether we can manage water differently.
Sure, so we have to make sure that we really use our patch intensely and really wisely to get that yield, but also have a regenerative approach. So rather than degrading that soil and taking, you're setting it up so it can be almost self-replenishing with your support and help to keep producing these good, nutritious yields indefinitely.
Yeah.
The ultimate goal of any farm is to grow more quality produce for less money. So sustainable farmers really can't waste any resources that help them do that. What I really need is some kind of approach to conserving our rainwater runoff.
What I'm interested in is doing things, something called off-contour swales. So if you're coming downhill, you'd have a trench.
Yep.
It fills up that swale and sinks into the soil. This is where you can plant a tree, and that would be imitated down here as well.
So at the moment, the water's just going straight down the hill?
Yeah, straight
the
down.
fastest possible route out of there. And we want to slow it or...
Slow, yeah. So you want to slow, sink and store it in the soil.
Hannah's idea here is to terrace this side of the hill with shallow water channels or swales so we can harness our rainfall, enriching the whole hillside with water and nutrients.
It's tree cropping and animal grazing, and then you've got the beautiful passive water management with your off-contour swale system. It's as integrated as you can get, and it's gorgeous.
When it comes to making the most of Tasmania's beautiful autumn days, our growing tribe of Wessex saddleback pigs love nothing more than lying around in the dirt. But as you can see, they can take a heavy toll on our soil. So I'm hoping Hannah can give me some tips on the best way to manage their impact.
This is the breeder paddocks where the big pigs live.
Yep.
And wherever I see bare earth, I just think, I'm damaging the soil.
Yeah.
They're only getting maybe 4 or 6 months break.
Yeah. For the space that you're currently using, really you've got too many pigs for it. And so ideally you have more space available to you so you can rest longer than that 4 to 6 months.
A little bit of pig's a good thing and a lot of pig's a bad thing.
Bad thing.
They're supposed to make me money. Pigs supposed to be making me money, not costing me money.
While Hannah is here, I need some advice on an issue that affects virtually every Tasmanian farmer: blackberries.
Well, at the moment it doesn't look like a problem because you can eat them, but we're losing the battle, I can tell you that.
Blackberry bushes are a weed that compete with grasses for soil nutrients and can become a fire hazard when they multiply. And our farm is literally infested with them.
We've tried slashing because we don't really want to poison them.
Slashing is great, especially if you have really massive towers of blackberries, but it can often spread them and help them germinate even further afield. And so with good management, you can use certain breeds of goats, and they love eating all the fresh growth over and over and over again until it wears it down. So it's a multi-year process, not one season.
Not one season.
Not one season, sorry.
It's like more and more work.
Hannah's given me a lot to think about. If I'm going to future-proof the health of our farm, I'll need to rest paddocks longer while making use of new ones, so I'll need more fences. I've also got to plant more trees and buy some goats to control our blackberries. Hannah's plan won't be cheap, but if it all works, we'll have a much more sustainable farm with better produce for many years to come.
All right, let's get on with it. We've only got a year.
Let's do it.
10 years.
Now, while I haven't got any goats yet, I'm going to tackle our blackberry problem one dessert at a time.
One of the things I love to eat is a thing called a fool. It's essentially a mousse. It's a little bit of custard mixed with a little bit of cream, mixed with lots of fruit. And those blackberries, they're everywhere around the property, and I want to serve some of them for pudding. So I need to make my custard. I use about a pint of milk. This one's going to be flavoured with lemon thyme. And what I'm going to do is thicken my custard using corn flour and eggs. It's the old-fashioned way of making custard. It's not fancy like an anglaise, that thin, sort of barely set custard that you get in posh restaurants. This is like an earthy, hearty, thick custard. So that's that. Oh, that's good on its own. While it cools, I'm going to go pick the blackberries, come back, and then this should be cool by then, I can actually finish the dish. Like falling in love. There's a risk of being hurt, but it's worth the risk. These lovely blackberries, I just want to cook them down, soften them right up, and add just a tiny bit of sugar. It's not like jam where I have to cook it till it sets. I just want it till the blackberries, instead of being like this, are like that, essentially, almost soup. The smell of the blackberries now is amazing compared to, you wouldn't really smell anything with the raw fruit. And this will just smooth it all out. So the end result is a fool that's really moussey and light in the mouth, and it's kind of there and vanishes and makes you want more. It's my custard, which is cool now, and it's gone quite stiff. I actually put it through a sieve. It's not absolutely vital. I just want to make sure that it's smooth. I've gone to all the trouble to sieve the fruit. I'd hate to bugger it up by a little bit of chunky custard. So in theory, it's equal quantities of custard to whipped cream to fruit. Some people just make a fool by adding whipped cream to pureed fruit, and that's nice. But to me, it's the custard that makes it. It gives it a different mouthfeel. It has a richness, it has a moussiness. Just a scattering of the berries that we saved. Oh. Revenge, blackberries, revenge. How sweet it is. It's going to take a long time to kill the blackberries this way.
If our gardens could talk, I'm sure they'd tell us that the autumn months in Tassie are the best time to do some growing, because the soil will be staying warm for a number of weeks yet, which always makes for bumper crops. In fact, a farm like ours is only as good as its soil. So this year, we've set out to make the health of our soil top priority. Our new gardener, Nadia, is going to help me gather some soil samples for testing.
What are we actually going to test for?
I guess it's to give us a better understanding of the nutrient profile or the mineral profile in the soil, and also other things like the composition, the pH and the organic matter levels.
Oh yeah, number 2, done.
Nadia needs me to collect 80 samples across the entire farm, from the hills to the pig paddocks.
9 to go, 7 to go, 2 minutes to go. So, 80 samples all around the farm. We'll see what we're doing over the next 12 months, if it makes any difference.
While collecting soil samples is probably nobody's idea of fun, hard work is just a way of life on a farm. And at this time of year, no one works harder than our bees. As the bees make their honey, they pollinate many of our garden crops, giving us heaps of veggies in the process, so we want them to be happy. But I think Sadie is a little worried about their work-life balance.
So, I've been thinking about the bees, and I don't think they're supposed to be as angry as they are.
I hate them, I got to say, because I get stung more than anyone, I reckon. Bit me up the nose.
And that shouldn't be happening.
They just come and land on me.
And you're allergic.
Our beehives are the standard square variety, known as Langstroth hives. This humble design was single-handedly responsible for the world's commercial beekeeping industry. But Langstroth hives can sometimes affect the bee's behaviour, favouring the beekeeper over the actual bees themselves.
All right, so what's the plan?
Well, I thought I might go and have a chat to Anton, just because he's got a lot of experience as a backyard beekeeper, and I know he's got a different style hive to this. So that's my plan.
All right.
So Sadie, our queen bee, is off to Hobart. Our good friend Anton uses a hive that's more open plan, that simulates the bees' natural environment. And apparently, they're more zen.
So, what's going on with your bees?
I've had them for a long time, but they're very angry bees. Like, they're quite vicious. So what I'm curious to know about is whether you can calm bees down with a different hive.
We've got several what they're called top bar beehives. So instead of the bees creating wax and comb in a kind of a rectangular frame that you'll see in a standard beehive, they're allowed to draw down their own comb, basically in a parabola, so the shape that they would build if they were building in a tree or wherever they normally come from.
While Anton's bees are supposed to be a lot more laid back, it pays to be protected.
Hello, bees.
A function of this hive is the Langstroth, you've got boxes piled on top of each other, and as the hive grows, you add another box on top.
Yep.
This is all operating horizontally. So as the hive grows, I move this board here, which is like a end wall, and I can move that wall out and expand and contract the hive. The biggest drawback with these top bar hives is it takes a lot of energy to make wax. So it takes about 5 spoons of honey to make 1 spoon of wax. So when you're harvesting, you're not going to get as much honey out of a top bar hive. That's just the basic physics of the situation. Now, while you're using the smoke is you're kind of simulating a bushfire. All the bees are now going, oh, my hive might burn down. So they're going down, they're actually eating honey now and getting prepared to abandon ship. This next frame, I think we're into the sweet and sticky business. Oh, look at that. That is getting heavy. It's full of capped honey either side.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Do you want to feel the weight of that, Sadie?
I do. Whoa, that's really heavy.
Yeah.
That feels like half a kilo of honey in there.
Oh, at least. There's a nice jar of honey in that.
Because the design of Anton's top bar hives mimics the environment that bees are accustomed to in nature.
Woohoo! This is why you keep bees.
If we can build some of our own, I'm hoping our bees may finally be able to relax.
Well, this is as fresh as honey can get.
Oh my gosh.
That is amazing. Tastes completely different from my honey.
Each honey's a product of its environment and product of the season as well. Maybe we should make you a little snack pack today, Sadie, so you can take it back to the farm.
I would love that. Thank you.
While Sadie is in town, I've got an experiment I'd like to try using the honey we've already collected.
We get heaps of honey from the hives. And this is a couple of litres of Sadie's honey that we haven't used in months. So what I want to do is have a crack at making mead. Mead's honey wine. It's been made for thousands of years. It's probably one of the first alcoholic beverages. So this honey's crystallised, so it's quite stiff after being in a container for a while. Just have to scoop it out. Yay. And the only way you can get it to ferment is by adding water. About 4 times as much water as there is honey. And I'm using warm water, not hot. I want to kill the yeasts and all those lovely good bacteria in there. I need to actually just dissolve the honey a little bit. And this process is actually also adding a lot of air to it. It's activating all those wild yeasts. The fragrance of the honey is quite remarkable. And if I don't finish soon, all the bees will come and find me. I reckon they can smell it from about 3 k's away.
Mead supposedly originated in Greece, and its accidental discovery was probably a beehive that filled up with rain and then fermented naturally. It's had a long history with celebrations, and it's thought that the term honeymoon actually came from the medieval European custom of gifting newlyweds enough mead to last a month.
This big glass jar is just a fancy fermenter. Most people use just a plastic jerry, but the important thing is this. This is an airlock, so a little bit of water goes in the middle there and it lets the gas out, the carbon dioxide out, but no fresh oxygen in. Rightio. So I'm going to leave that open for the first week. All this air, it's great. It lets lots of oxygen into that yeast that's been dormant sitting in the honey. After a week, I'm going to add a little bit of water to the airlock and that'll start closing it off. So we're just fermenting using whatever oxygen is left in the bottle there. I'll put it somewhere inside the building here, roughly 20 degrees. It'll ferment nicely. Could take up to 18 months to ferment, but I'm hoping this one will, maybe, you could probably start looking at it after about 3 or 4 months.
Since I moved my life to the country, I've really learned that on the land, patience is worth it.
All the pigs.
Every day, the more care and craft that we put into growing our own food, the better it tastes. So, while I'm not sure what kind of challenges we'll face over the next 12 months as we try to transform the health of our soil, our farm, our food, what I do know is that it's not about quick fixes or shortcuts.
Beautiful. How are you?
This land is a part of our family now, and for it to thrive, it needs our love.
You reckon? Oh. I thought it was all right.
Every plant has got that quality of sort of giving back to the soil.
Healing the soil while growing perennial things for the kitchen.
If you've got good boundary fences, you don't mind them getting into your garden every now and again.
I definitely don't want them in the garden.
After a long, wet winter, the warming touch of spring has finally started to thaw our soils. Here you are. And the native plants and flowers of Fat Pig Farm have come to life, like 7 kinds of colour on a Christmas morning.
It's a beautiful time of year. The hawthorns are flowering. Everything's growing like billy-o. We've got new calves, new piglets, new ducklings. I love this part of spring. Morning, Hannah. How are you?
Yeah, good. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you.
It's been 6 months now since our friend Hannah, an expert in permaculture, helped us make some important changes to how we manage our property.
So at the moment, the water's just going straight down the hill?
Yes.
And we want to slow it, or...?
Slow, yeah. So you want to slow, sink and store it in the soil.
It's like more and more work.
So we're now at the halfway point in our year-long master plan to improve the fertility of our soil, the health of our farm and the taste of our food.
The garden's pumping, the pig paddock's resting, and they're looking really, really good. Heaps of grass growth and no bare earth. I'm actually putting the cows through there already, taking the fertility away rather than making it over-fertile. And the swales, we've actually got those huge trenches that we dug across the hillside. They're capturing all the water, and as it dries out in the next few months, they're going to be doing the great job of storing water rather than just shedding it into the creek and getting it out of here. It's looking good.
My name is Matthew Evans. After years as a big city food critic, I bought a farm in Tasmania to better understand what I eat by growing it myself. I built a restaurant right at the top of the farm, but now I want to get a better understanding of what I eats. This means starting from the ground up to improve the health of our soil, our farm and our food for generations to come. From foodie to farmer to chef, to rehabilitator of the land. How hard can it be? I reckon the coming of spring on Fat Pig Farm is a little like being in the sunny eye of a giant storm. All around us, our crops and paddocks are furiously growing, but there's relatively little we can actually harvest to serve to guests in the restaurant. We call this time of year the hungry patch.
Looks like heaps growing in the garden, but it's the hungry patch. Leeks, onions, things that are still growing, aren't mature yet. There's peas, broad beans. You can harvest a few of those. The broad beans have only just started, but carrots, beetroot, parsnip, broccoli, cabbage, all finished. Things like radishes, yeah, Japanese turnips, yeah, but compared to the 20, 30, 40 things we can harvest in February, now we're down to about 5.
With so much of our focus this year on finding ways to help our soils stay healthy, we needed a way to stop thousands of noxious blackberry bushes from competing with our pasture grasses for important nutrients. And that's where these guys came in.
Goats have been here over winter and they've eaten a lot of the blackberries down. They've really gone the hawthorns. You can actually see pretty much everything that below a certain level, everything they can reach, they've eaten. They're not keeping up with all the new shoots, but I've actually got to move them on. I think I've got more of a blackberry problem on the other side I need them to actually get on top of. We'll rest this area for a little while, get them back and then smash this area again in a couple of months.
Now, it's all well and good for me to wax lyrical about moving this mob into a more deserving paddock, but I'm far outnumbered. So this could be a job for our resident goat whisperer and her 2 Padawans, Headley and Yoshi.
So what I thought we'd do is we'll call them down, put the pellets in the trough.
Yep.
Then one of us will take the trough, and hopefully they'll follow the trough. And then the boys can be on either side of the gate, kind of herding them from behind.
Yeah, so they move forwards generally if you're behind their shoulder, like cows, Hedley. How easy does that sound?
Hard.
Cabot, cabot! They're not coming at all.
Do you want to go get them?
I'm gonna go get them. Cabot, cabot!
Goats have been a relatively minor player in Australian agriculture, but globally, over 60% of the world's population eat goat meat. Our mob are a cross of Swiss and South African breeds, so they're fast growing and love cooler climates.
Cabot, cabot!
Thankfully, they also love Sadie.
Sadie's a bit of a goat whisperer, I think. There are days in winter where I was like, oh, I'm sure the goats will be fine, and she would trudge up here after dark just to make sure everything was okay, that they were all fine. Without eating out of the palm of a hand. That's enough showing off, bring them down. You look like a professional. All right, you ready?
Yep, here we go.
You go, go.
Cabot, cabot!
Well, of course, they can go straight across the bridge.
Is that all of them? Oh, they're going to scatter when they get to the other end.
Through the gate.
Through the gate. Stop, 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 stop.
We won't.
We have to go round.
We have to entice them.
Just put the trough just by the gate, I reckon. That's what we probably should have done in the first place. What a mess.
So it was textbook to the last 2 metres where they decided to veer right and head down round the dam instead of through the wide open gate into freedom. I can see them on this edge of the dam.
Hello, lovelies.
Are the boys in the right place?
Is there someone up there? Yoshi, perfect. Thank you, love. Come on.
Told you it'd be easy, Hedley.
2, 3, 4, 5.
What was hard about that? Yeah. And look, they've got all this space. New blackberries.
You can see how they're attacking the grass in here.
No, I can't believe it.
But it looked like there was heaps of grass and heaps of blackberries up the top, but the way they're kind of chowing down here, I reckon...
It's a hungry patch for goats.
Hungry patch for goats.
Too.
With only 10% of our crops able to supply our lunch menus in the restaurant during the Hungry Patch, we have to get creative with what we are able to serve to our guests. So I've got an idea for an Eastern Mediterranean pie using the greens that are available.
This is chard, of which silver beet is a variety. So this is rainbow chard. So you've got pinks, yellows, whites. These are beautiful. You can actually use all that stem in cooking. When I was an apprentice, we used to cut the stem out, put it in Mornay and call it fennel Mornay because people didn't know what fennel was in the 80s. These are broad beans. Not a lot of broad beans on them yet, but you can actually eat these top bits, the shoots. They're really quite sweet. The leaves, as they get older, lose their charm. You can just char grill that, serve it as a vegetable. It's got a really lovely beany flavour.
Right, with a basket full of charred, broad bean leaves and some kale and mustard leaves, it's time for the hero of this Hungry Patch dish, a nice flaky pastry. Countries like Greece and Malta are legendary for the way they combine short crust pastry with their wild greens. Butter and lard are rubbed into the flour with some yoghurt added. The fats in the lard and yoghurt work well to provide flavour and stop the dough forming a tough gluten texture.
It looks good. I can still see little flecks, different colours, so it looks uneven. That's perfect. If it looks even, you've overmixed it. And it's really soft though, slightly sticky. You can't roll it at this stage. Got to go back into the fridge for a little while I get the filling made. I've got the fire going for the pie a normal person would cook this in an oven inside, but I am so in love with this barbecue and, well, grill, whatever this thing is. So I've got some herbs as well, fresh mint, dill, and this is just continental parsley. And then my greens, which are all wilted here, I've just cooked them till they've softened. Now I'm going to thicken that. I'm going to add a couple of other flavours to it. Salt, love it, pepper. Nutmeg is really good, and then I'm going to fold through a couple of raw eggs, and it's going to bind it all together and enrich it. Might even add a touch of olive oil to it. Now at this point you can actually taste it. I'm happy with that. Just going to nail that pastry, cooking the pastry in a camp oven. Want a decent thickness of pastry, I don't know, 5 mils, something like that underneath. Getting softer as I roll. Have to work a bit quicker. Pop the pastry into the tin. Let's get those greens in. Press it down really well. And then it's just sort of folding over. I'm just trying to pleat it a little bit. Every time you put a pleat, obviously it's double the thickness of pastry. So there we go. Just pop that in there and we'll get our fire set. So the idea with the camp oven is you have coals underneath and coals on top, so you're actually creating that oven-like environment. That's why the camp oven's got that lid with the lip to hold coals. I'm not an expert camp oven cook, I've got to be honest, but who wouldn't want to use this fire pit for something like this? Woo! The mixture in the middle is set. I reckon that is perfectly cooked.
And that'll be great served hot or cold for our lunch service tomorrow. Who says you have to go hungry in the hungry patch? Even though our little 70-acre patch of Tassie has been a working farm for over 100 years, thankfully, we're still treated to the odd glimpse of the timeless cycle of life that this land has led for thousands of years.
I just want to show you this. That noise is a bronze lapwing, plover as they're commonly known. This is its nest. This is our asparagus patch. Sadie found it the other day, she's checking the asparagus. And there's this nest, 4 beautiful eggs sitting right out in the open. Who would have thought that was a good survival strategy? Leave your eggs like that.
Plover parents remain together for life. But the harsh fact is that Mum and Dad will be lucky to raise even one of these chicks to adulthood.
When they hatch, the little chicks will be somewhere near here and the bird will start to swoop. A bit like a Maggie, but more dangerous. Anyway, better leave them so the mum can get back on the eggs.
When the chicks emerge, Mum and Dad will protect them, but the baby plovers will actually have to forage for their own food. Luckily for them, it's spring, and there are heaps of insects and worms for them in the warm soil. But for the human residents of Fat Pig Farm, spring is a lean time in the garden. So foraging up a feed sometimes requires us to go further afield. And about 90 minutes drive north at Dodgers Ferry, my mate Mick Giuliani, an Italian cook with a passion for collecting feral foods, has guaranteed to hunt me up some wild delicacies for lunch.
So here we are. So that's Steele's
This is
Island.
beautiful.
It is gorgeous, isn't it?
What's the river?
This is the Carlton River, mate.
Plan A is to land a gigantic Australian salmon. Of course, we've been here for 2 hours already, so plan A is not quite, well, going to plan.
So if we don't get anything, can we go to plan B?
Well, we'll go for a forage.
Yep.
I reckon. So there's still quite a few asparagus on at the moment.
Yep.
So we can get onto those. There's a bit of buckshorn around at the moment as well. So that's a nice little bitter...
Buckshorn.
Buckshorn plantain.
Yep.
So, yeah, there's quite a bit of foraging that we can do. And we'll definitely have better luck than we did here.
In Tasmania, the destruction of Aboriginal cultures was brutal and swift, so much of the knowledge they had in identifying and using native wild foods is largely lost. But the traditions of foraging itself cross many cultures, and following World War II, immigrants like Mick's Italian parents introduced their own kind of foraging skills to Australia. And for a young Mick, wild asparagus was often on the menu.
There you go, there. So
there's a spear right there.
you want to grab him?
Yeah.
He's all yours.
Anywhere down there?
Yep. Wonderful. And there's one behind it if you can see him.
There we go.
Cool.
Long, thin one.
We'll keep that one.
Yep.
And munch on him.
See what it's like. That's beautiful.
It's good, isn't it?
It's really sweet. We're going a handful of these at home and they're nothing like that. Oh, there's another one.
These feral asparagus are native to Northern Africa and Western Asia.
Excellent.
So technically they're weeds in Australia, but they're very common along Tassie's east coast.
Before I move off, I have a tendency just to stand and have a bit of a look about.
For snakes or for?
No, for more asparagus. Snakes,
Oh.
yeah, you don't tend to see them. So through here, we've got some good plantain growing. So that's it there.
Oh, that's
see
it?
these guys here?
Yeah.
So you can see that the little seed heads, we give them away. And that's why it's called buck's horn.
Oh, so it's bucks. It's actually the
as
horns.
in a buck. Yeah.
Yeah. It's because it's got those bits coming off.
Yeah, indeed. You want to have a taste of that?
Yeah, that's the seed
That's
head.
the seed head. That's
Is that
the
the
young
best,
one.
Is that the best bit?
Oh, look, it tastes. I like it. It tastes a little bit like snow pea, maybe baby corn.
It's more interesting than those, in a way.
The texture is different. Yeah.
A little
So you've
more
got
spice
the seeds. It's really nice.
That's really good.
Yeah.
Mick's been foraging since he was a kid, so his knowledge and keen eye are spot on.
And then just give them a twist and a pull.
When you brought me here, I was like, this looks like a swamp, but now it looks like a food forest.
Yeah, it's that knowledge, I think, that is really sad that it's not being passed on, that it's not common knowledge.
I think we used to eat like hundreds of different things, and now we eat 10 different, vegetables on a regular basis.
And the thing about this stuff too is that it's not sweet, it's not fat, and ultimately, if you look at modern food today, a lot of the stuff that people crave is exactly that. It's full of sugar and full of fat.
Yeah.
This has got none of that in it, so it doesn't feed those same receptors. This is slightly bitter. It's really good for you.
Yeah.
That bitterness is something that we actually do need.
I can't wait to try it cooked.
Oh, it's beautiful. We'll leave those ones on because we'll have them as well. Let's keep going.
With our basket full of forage food, we need somewhere to cook up our greens for lunch. Luckily, Mick's at Dodges Ferry local.
Look at that.
Here we are.
Stunning.
So Mount Wellington, and that's our boat shed there. So
we're allowed to be here then?
We are allowed to be here. Let's open up and get some stuff out and we'll start eating.
Oh, it is actually a boat shed.
This is our boat shed, yes.
You do have a boat in it. This is the basket of goodies, so Mick's got a couple of ideas of what to cook. So I want to wash this verdura, the greens, the buckthorn plantain, and I've got a big sink over here.
These wild plantains are very fibrous.
That looks good.
Mate, great.
But Mick reckons if you boil it right, they turn a really creamy texture. Boil it wrong, though, and it's a different story.
It's edible almost straight away. It's just that the fibres, if they're not softened enough, it leaves a little ball in your mouth that,
Not cooking it up. Yeah, let's cook it enough.
Let's cook it enough, all right. So while we're doing that, what we'll do is we'll just grab some garlic and we'll chop that up.
I'll grab that.
We'll get started. All righty, man.
For lunch today, Mick's cooking a dish his old nonna called cucina povera, or peasant cooking.
Yeah, so they're just white beans.
You get them cheap.
Yeah, well, I'm
How do you know
hoping
they're
they're beans. I'm hoping they're beans. Yeah, no, they're beans.
Using our foraged greens, this peasant dish has only 3 other ingredients: fried garlic, white beans, and olive oil.
So we wait for that to reduce a little bit now.
Now, while my fat pig farm prosciutto hasn't technically been foraged, it will really sing wrapped around our wild asparagus.
That's good. That's really good. Well done.
This is nearly 2 years old, this one.
It's beautiful. The fat just melts like butter. It's wicked. Well done.
The greens and beans are added to a little sourdough.
That looks and smells great.
It does, doesn't it?
And I can't believe it's tinned beans. It's like...
Mate, there's nothing wrong with tinned beans. Seriously, they are good.
Yeah.
Oh.
Isn't that good?
And these two heroes of the Hungry Patch have foraged up an alfresco lunch I think Mick's old nonna would be proud of. With not much able to be harvested in the garden, spring is the perfect time of year for us to take stock of what will be on our menus in a few months' time. In fact, come summer, I want to be serving our own homemade bread in the restaurant. So 6 weeks ago, I planted our first crop of wheat with agronomist Andrew Cook.
Yeah, maybe 12 kilos per row.
Yeah, 12.
If we're lucky.
If we're lucky.
He's dropped back in to see how our little experiment is getting along.
It's looking a little, just a bit sparse. Maybe been a little bit waterlogged, bit of lack of nutrition there. You can see further down there, it's a bit taller and greener.
Yeah, that patch is, for some reason, doing much better.
Yeah, that's how it should all look, like that. When it's nice and dark green like that, that means its nutrient levels, especially nitrogen, are really good. When it gets short like that and pales out, it's starting to run out of nitrogen.
All right.
Wheat crops, just like any plant, grow strongly in healthy soil. But good soil health depends on elements like nitrogen, oxygen, potassium and water, all being evenly available for microorganisms like bacteria and fungi to be able to release the nutrients that all plants on Earth feed on. So with some sections of our crop looking more nitrogen-starved than others, I'll probably need to fertilise in some way.
So this weed that's growing through the middle here, does that matter?
That's a weed called spurry.
Spurry?
Yeah. Yeah, it grows.
I thought it was a pretty flower.
Yeah, no, it does look nice, doesn't it? But that's what the weed is, spurry. Basically what that does is compete for moisture and nutrient.
Right.
Problem is if you put fertiliser on this now, it'll help to a certain extent the wheat, but it's really going to help this too.
Yeah, yeah.
And it's going to love it, and it's going to say thanks for that.
Yeah, yeah. So I've got to weed it first.
Yeah, I'd pull it all out. Just clean it all up.
Oh, will you? Thanks.
Yeah, not a problem.
I thought you were offering. You just said I'll pull it all out.
I just pulled some out for you.
Okay, that's how you do it.
Now, because our wheat won't be ready for me to use as flour for a few more months yet, I've got some time to experiment. And I've been wanting to try out an old Italian-style bread that mountain shepherds would stock up on before setting off with their flocks. In fact, it isn't just old, it's ancient, dating back to Sardinia over 3,000 years ago. But if you ever visit, may I suggest that you pack a pencil.
To be really honest, when Sadie and I were in Sardinia and learning how to make this, I was so excited that I didn't write anything down about how it was made. I just remember the general idea. Make some bread dough that has potato in it, put it in an oven, and it magically ends up as flatbread. So, amounts. Let's see how we go.
They like to keep things simple, the ancients. So, this is a simple bread recipe. Flour, water, salt, some dried yeast, and I'm adding sourdough starter.
Even though I've added yeast, I want to give the complexity, the interesting flavour of the sourdough to this bread.
And of course, the mashed potato.
Just stir that up. Should probably got a bigger bowl. Okay, that's feeling pretty good. Nice and stretchy. And I'll cover that, leave it to rise till it's about double in size. I can't remember exactly how thin they rolled them, but I think fairly thin.
Once it's been rolled out into thin plate-sized proportions, it's time for the fun part. I think the old Sardinian shepherds would want to eat these, soft and steaming from the oven. The top and bottom can also be separated and then crisped to use on long walks to the mountaintops.
So they're pretty good, I think. Nice and crisp, getting a bit of colour on them where they didn't have colour before. It's fantastic. Not as robust as the ones we had over there, but not bad for a first effort.
OK, when our first crop of wheat is ground into our own fat pig flour for summer, these flatbreads will go great at lunch in the restaurant. In the meantime, Spring is such a special time on the farm. There's new life everywhere you look. But spare a thought for our plover family waiting on their young brood. Because snake season is only just getting started, and the tiger snake is a natural predator.
And there's one under here, which is our compost heap. And I'd rather it was somewhere else. Oh, no. How about the other way, snake? I can't see it. Okay, come this way. Do what you like. Sometimes feels like the Garden of Eden, and there's a serpent to go with it. Nadia, I'm not going to pick the comfrey today. That's comfrey. It looks like a lot of bees. All right, I reckon you're on your own from here.
You're going to stop there?
I'm stopping here.
They're a garden snail. They're a little grey.
Same species that I would have at my farm.
Yep.
So I can just go home and cook up those ones that I killed earlier today.
It's high summer in Tassie, and but for a little worrying smoke haze through the valley these past few days, there's a lot to feel great about.
These are little, tiny little cucumbers. Looks like a mini watermelon. Could have been a bit riper, but sweet, delicious. Call them mouse melons, kids will love them.
12 months ago, Sadie and I set out to future-proof Fat Pig Farm by thinking more deeply how to invest in the long-term health of our soil. And when I think back on all the work we've done and all the things we've learned, I can honestly say we've given this last year a red-hot go.
You know, when you buy a farm, you think, oh, we'll just start, we'll make a couple of changes and then just start growing stuff. But it's this constant thing. What have we done? What are we doing now? What do we hope to achieve? Are we on the right track? Are we getting to where we want to be in the long run?
We started last autumn by taking soil samples from all over the farm and having them analysed.
We'll see what we're doing over the next 12 months if it makes any difference.
We sought advice from Hannah Maloney, a permaculture designer and educator, on how to conserve our rainwater runoff and prevent erosion.
So at the moment, the water's just going straight down the hill?
Yes, so you want to slow, sink and store it in the soil.
On her advice, we terraced the slopes of our property with these water channels, or swales.
If we slow the water down and we grow more stuff on this piece of land, this will exist for 100, 200, 300 years. They might even put more of them in.
We were determined to tackle our blackberry infestation, but not poison our earth with chemical herbicides. Instead, we put these guys to work.
The way they're kind of chowing down here.
It's a hungry patch for goats.
Hungry patch for goats.
Too.
It's been a huge year of change for us and the farm. No job too big, no job too dirty.
Only farming would be pushing poo uphill sometimes, but not pushing poo around with a stick.
My name is Matthew Evans. After years as a big city food critic, I bought a farm in Tasmania to better understand what I eat by growing it myself. I built a restaurant right at the top of the farm, but now I want to get a better understanding of what I eats. This means starting from the ground up to improve the health of our soil, our farm, and our food for generations to come. From foodie to farmer to chef to rehabilitator of the land. How hard can it be?
Pick. Come on.
The challenges a farmer faces every day are what make the job interesting.
Come on.
But I reckon overcoming those challenges is what makes the job meaningful.
I've just picked up our second test of the soil on the farm. It's about a year since we did the first ones, and I'm really interested to see what's happened. We can see the changes, but, you know, has it actually made any difference in the soil? In terms of the swales, it's only a year, and in historical terms, that's not very long. maybe there'll be some changes there. Can't wait to talk to Sadie about it, though. Hello.
Oh, hello.
Look what I've got.
Soil tests.
And it's got the garden and the farm
Oh,
on all of it.
Ooh, this is exciting.
Will you understand all that? Because I don't actually understand some of that stuff.
Yeah. The real things we're interested in here is the organic matter. This bit here, this is the nutrient profile. So
Phosphorus,
these are...
potassium, magnesium, calcium, all that stuff.
The most important one here is boron.
Boron.
Boron is a really lovely indicator because it's the first thing to be leached out of the soil, and it's also a mineral that's super important for the other minerals to work. We were down last year and it's perfect. But if you just look at this from a distance...
Yeah, I can see it now.
Anything dark means we have to look at it.
Yeah.
And if you look last year, there's a lot of dark over the 1, 2, 3, 5 places that we tested.
Yep.
And here, much less dark. The vegetables that Nadia is growing in this garden and bringing up to the kitchen are so delicious and beautiful looking and healthy. And that is borne out by this test, which is showing that our soil is also rich and healthy.
And it's from what we've done, because that wasn't like that.
Yes, absolutely.
When we
this
first
is
arrived.
to do with the compost that we've been putting on and the minerals that we've been putting on and the worm juice that we've been putting on.
Yeah, right.
So...
Good numbers.
Yeah.
How's the rest of the farm look?
All right, let's have a look.
But the biggest job we faced by far was to improve the soil health in our sloping paddocks by planting new trees and digging these swaled channels to make better use of our rainwater.
We don't have good phosphorus in this paddock.
And last year, I remember they said you could throw some lime on it if you want to bring that up.
Which we haven't done.
And we've done absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
And, you know, the effect of doing absolutely nothing was nothing.
Yes.
So that didn't work.
Yes.
Well, it worked in the sense of we know that we need to do something. All right. So all up, we haven't really seen great change.
No, but this is, you know, this is only a year, and not even a year if you think about how long it actually took us to make those changes.
Which were a couple of months, a few months in.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I think from our perspective, my perspective, building these, they cost a lot of money, actually. And it's not just the digging, but it's the fencing, that's the planting of the trees, the cost of the trees themselves. And we're not seeing any benefit after a year or part of a year. The future generations are going to get the benefit. Our son, our grandchildren will actually see what happens with the soil. And that makes it all worthwhile, because we're only caretakers of this land for like a moment in time.
Yeah, what's important as farmers is that we start taking a much longer view of our land.
When you really boil it down, our challenge over this last year has been very simple. How can we live and farm sustainably? Well, last autumn, native plant expert Chris Schaefer and a few local school kids helped us plant a garden of native edibles as one way of harvesting food without depleting the soil.
It's going to be a long-term project, this. This is after nearly a year. It's not exactly as big as I thought it would be. The idea with this garden is not to provide the bulk, but it's hopefully going to drive the flavour of our kitchen in years to come. You know, they're like herbs and spice to actually embellish all the meals that we create and make it taste like this part of southern Australia. Okay, this is a pepperberry plant. So while this isn't fruiting yet, these leaves have got a herbaceous spiciness to them. Got those beautiful leaves. I have to pick over those, just make sure there's no dirt on them. So I want to make an ice cream. Like, I love that idea of making an ice cream. And so the first thing I need to do is just pound these little leaves in my mortar. I'm not trying to make a paste, just bruise them a little bit. Oh, I can already smell them. The aroma is quite amazing. Okay, just grab my milk. To make ice cream, the classic way is to make a custard. I think this is my favourite thing on the whole farm. So, heating the milk, really just to get the flavour out of those leaves. And it's just started to foam and just almost boiling, so I'm just going to turn that off now. Oh, yay. So while that steeps, I can get on with the next bit, which is making the base for the custard. I'm really looking forward to seeing how this works. These are the ancient traditional flavours from Tasmania from this corner of the world. So I'll set the timer for 20 minutes, let that churn. It'll get lighter in colour and more air and hopefully taste amazing. Fingers crossed. Whoa. Here we go. So I can imagine that, you know, the height of summer with really sweet, sour strawberries, cool climate strawberries, and a little bit of the ground pepperberry. So I might put a bit of that on and might see if the boys want to try some. Headley, Cormac, who likes ice cream? No! You want to try some?
Yes, please.
Come and have a taste of this. Here's a spoon. There you go, Cormac. So, what do you reckon?
Delicious. It's really good.
Thumbs up. Getting your thumbs up, that's one of the hardest things ever. Forget the food critics. It is true, isn't it?
Once upon a time in Tasmania, summer was the season the whole state looked forward to the most. Long, warm days, seldom above 30 degrees. Clear blue skies and fresh ocean winds filled with some of the cleanest air on the planet. But this has been the state's hottest January ever recorded.
Fire danger will be high. Fire under these conditions will be difficult to control. Burning embers may start new fires, which may threaten your home before the main fire comes.
The landscape is bone dry, and the smoke haze that's been steadily filling the valley these last few weeks has our whole community worried sick. This summer, Tasmania has exploded in fire.
So we're under this watch and act alert. What that means is we've got to constantly check what's going on, have the animals ready, have the house ready. We've actually got a bag packed in the car. It's got our passports, birth certificates, everything of value, so that we can leave at a moment's notice. There's all these bits of, you know, this is a bit of charcoal that's fallen from the sky. I picked it up just out there, but then I get in the paddock and then there's leaves. Look at that, it's sort of half burnt leaf. There's another piece of charcoal. This has been falling out of the sky for days, and all we need is one of those. Instead of being so half burnt or, you know, fully burnt, if it lands while it's still burning, up goes the whole place.
It's been 6 weeks since the state's most destructive bushfire season in years. A change has come through, and with the fires under control, life has returned to normal. So I've decided that it's time for this weary farmer to take some time out with a little fishing trip. And that's why I put in a call to my old mates, one of which I haven't seen in ages. And they must be close, because Carrie can smell a clown a mile off.
Howdy, stranger.
Hello, mate.
How are
Long
you?
time no see.
You made it.
Look who made parole.
Yeah, I finally got let out. Yeah, it's good. Came back.
My mate Nick Haddo has a farm just across the river from me and is one of Tassie's most passionate cheesemakers.
You know, start looking.
But I haven't seen my old friend Ross O'Mara since he moved to the mainland as head chef of a posh Victorian country club.
How's the place going? Looks great.
Oh,
Sadie's done a lot of work here.
Hasn't she? Well, no, she's going to do a lot of work over the next couple of days. Well, we go fishing.
Yeah.
We're headed west for the Tyena River in central Tassie, one of the state's best trout fishing rivers. But not 45 minutes out of Fat Pig Farm, along this old timber road, the overwhelming damage done by our recent bushfires is kind of unnerving. Especially for Ross, who only experienced it on the nightly news.
It was a tense few days, Rossi.
Yeah.
Yeah, everyone was a bit thin-lipped.
Yeah, thin-lipped and underslept. So that's the northern edge of it, and it started to, you know, it was coming this way. Given that our place is only a couple of k's that way, I'm very grateful.
Yeah.
Over 3% of the entire state was consumed by fire this summer. Fortunately, no lives were lost. But we've heard about a true Tassie wild man living out here along the Upper Huon River, whose beloved forest home was totally destroyed. Let's hope the hairy man is up for visitors.
How we doing?
Hey, mate.
Hey, I'm Harry.
Hey, I'm Nick. How are you?
Good,
Nice to meet you.
How you going? I'm Matthew.
Yeah, g'day, Matthew. How are we?
Yeah, grouse. You're the hairy man?
That's it.
No
That's
worries.
it.
What do we call you, Harry?
Yeah, Harry. Harry's
This
Harry's
is Ross.
Ross. Yeah, good.
He's the other hairy man.
The hairy man, also known as Dale Fullard, lost the house and sculptured gardens he'd built out here in the wilderness to the bushfire's inferno. Luckily, his studio was spared in the blaze.
So did it just rip around this whole area here and just kind of keep that one?
Yeah, it came in the back of that.
You were long gone?
Yeah, I couldn't breathe in here. It's I last left here when the fire was actually out the back of the studio. Pretty full on. Like there's pretty well. She's burnt down at ground level all the way through the property.
You must be devastated.
Yeah, but it's also, I don't know. It's a new page. It's just see what the bush does. The bush will come back mightn't be in my lifetime. We're all temporary. The ferns are sprouting. I mean, the gum trees are already popping shoots out at the base. I mean, we're looking at coming on about 6 weeks ago.
That's pretty quick.
It is.
Really
well, especially considering it's been dry. Like before the fire, the ground was just crunching underneath the feet.
Right.
According to Harry, he left city life and moved out here 12 years ago to be alone with nature and to inspire his sculpture and music. So it's not surprising he's transforming this experience with song. But it was surprising when he wanted to play it for us.
If fire came down and swept the valley clean, it took away my home, it took away my dreams. Some people saying trees will all grow back, just you wait and see. If fire came down and swept the valley clean, it took away my home, it took away my dreams. If fire came down and swept the valley clean, it took away my home, it took away my dreams.
The fire at Harry's place, so hot, it melted glass, it melted, really thick corrugated iron and steel, and yet 6 weeks later we've got plants coming back from the earth. I think what I'm really surprised at, so quickly in such a dry summer we're already seeing new growth, and that's heartening.
With the burnt-out forest of Hairy Man's place behind us, the countryside further west towards the Tyana River seems to have escaped any damage from the summer fires. Which is just as well, because the Mountfield National Park, about 2.5 hours from Fat Pig Farm, is home to some of Tasmania's iconic swamp gums.
It's actually fairly clear under here. There's lots of ferns.
And if you've never seen a tree almost twice as tall as the MCG, it's worth a look.
Oh, look at this.
Look at that one.
Jeez.
Oh. What's that, 70, 80 metres? Hard to tell, isn't it, from here?
Now, do you think this would have been like what Hairy Man's place was when he's talking about all the man ferns and all the stuff that was down below?
Oh, really?
I don't say that, yeah. Probably.
It makes me even
Yeah.
sadder about it, just that this is what it was and looking at what it is now.
Yeah.
You're right, though, because things like this were all burned, all those man ferns burned to the ground. That's the mother.
Wow.
That is the thick one, isn't it?
Look at that base.
Holy moly.
Man, I could almost, hide in one of these bases.
It's amazing when you're here amongst some... This is like probably 400 years old. This is the tallest flowering species of tree in the world, and in the Tasmanian soil it grows so high and so well. Some of these trees were here when the first European came to Tassie, when Abel Tasman first sailed around the coast. Not our oldest trees, but our tallest.
Before Europeans arrived, Tasmania was covered in swamp gums like this, as tall as 90 metres. Today, there are only 180 true giants left in the whole state, and unfortunately, we lost 15 of those in the summer fires.
I love coming to these sort of ancient Tasmanian landscapes, and when I come, I often think not just about this place, but about humans generally and what we're doing. And every time we feed ourselves or clothe ourselves, house ourselves, we change landscapes. So this has been here forever. Our farm used to look something like this. But when I look at the farm, I go, well, we've got to create a whole new ecosystem. Have something that lives on for generation to generation like these forests have lived on for hundreds of years. Can we do that in a farming sense? Remains to be seen, but at least we're giving it a crack.
If fishing trips with my mates were only about catching fish, they would have ended a long time ago. Because it's not the fish I'm after. It's the sense of freedom you can only find in truly wild places. And after a huge year of running a farm and a restaurant, the Tyana River in central Tasmania is just the kind of wild I'm in need of. The river is famous for its wily brown trout, so to even up the odds slightly, we've teed up our good friend and master fishing guide, Plinio.
Oh, hey, it's the fish whisperer.
Hey, how are you?
I've been fishing with Plinio many times since I came to Tassie. We don't call him the fish whisperer lightly.
Another one.
That's a gorgeous one.
That's a nice little stream trout.
Yeah, perfect.
Where do you want us to go?
Walk up there, walk straight around, and go 10 metres further up.
Yeah.
Leapfrog each other. Otherwise, we'll spend too long on already fished water, you know?
Yeah. Perfect.
Straight in your finger? Oh.
Straight in my finger.
I'm not a natural fisherman by any stretch.
Yep, that's the one, that's the one.
But it doesn't take long to realise that fishing on a river like this for hours,
Here we go.
to appreciate a trout for seconds, even if it's small, is worth every moment.
Brownie?
Brownie.
Yeah.
Look how red they
spots
colour
are-
up.
yeah.
Don't have to be...
that, Matthew?
Yeah, I caught that one, Ross. But it's not quite a size, so, you know.
It probably is size.
Oh, it is?
But, yeah.
Oh, it is too. Whoa.
And it's...
There it goes.
Because the Tyana is densely overhung with trees, Plinio wants us to use a slingshot method of casting to avoid getting snagged.
Oh, got the tree.
You're in the tree.
And if you do it right, it's more accurate.
Ross has just saw this little freshwater crayfish, like a little yabby. And Australia, the world's biggest freshwater crayfish comes from Tassie. It can be up to 1 metre in length. Probably not this little guy grow up to 1 metre. Don't know if they're protected, don't know anything about this species, but we'll just let it go, I reckon.
Try as we may, with the sun getting low in the sky, we had to admit that the Tyana's brown trout had outsmarted us. So it was finally time to call it a day. Thankfully, Plinio had caught a fish this morning before we arrived, so we didn't have to go home without something for the barbie.
Well, there we go. Same old, same old.
Reputation's unsullied.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
Is that how they look?
That's what they look like.
And we can eat that. We can have that.
Yes.
Oh, thank you.
You're going to need a fish.
It was a beautiful day out.
It was a nice day.
That's good to see him in the
And I
water.
feel confident to go and do that by myself.
Yeah, I could go and catch no fish on my own now, pretty easily. Yeah.
That was fun. That was really good
It was
fun.
brilliant. Thank you.
It's been 12 years since I left the big city and moved to Tasmania. And the way I see it, adventures like this are the reward for taking the plunge and remaking my life in such a beautiful part of the world. So there's no better way to celebrate what's been a huge year in the life of Fat Pig Farm than to fire up our incredible new fire pit for a little alfresco dinner, Tassie style.
Thanks for coming down.
Cheers. That was a fun weekend.
It was great, wasn't it?
It's good.
Great.
I'm gonna make you cook now, Rossi. What do you want to do?
I'll give him the meat.
Yeah, I'll do the veggie.
Yeah.
I'll do the veggies.
No brainer.
With Ross and Nick on the tools cooking some fresh steak and veg, I've got a simple idea for our little brown trout.
So I've taken the guts out, and I'm just going to fill that little cavity of the fish with the dill, and hopefully that'll hold inside while it cooks over the smoky grill over there. Not too smoky.
When it comes to our menus, we've done a lot of experimentation this year. Some are still works in progress, like our honey mead, which I still think needs a little work on the fermentation.
They say that honey's pretty good for you in a medicinal sense. Not sure if it's going to cure a headache or give you one.
But some were huge successes, Like having local distiller Nat Fryer help flavour our own Fat Pig gin with wild kunzia and fennel from the garden.
It's the oils and the aromas that are important when you're thinking about gin.
Want to have a try?
Yeah. Fat Pig Farm Gin, batch number 1, 42%.
42%.
42. We're just having it neat. Oh, I can smell it. I just got a big bottle.
You got it? Yeah, me too.
Beautiful. Don't spill it, man.
Oh, no, I know. Jesus, 42%, so near that fire.
I love our boys' weekends.
Wow. They're good. They're good, aren't they?
They're a bit different from before, though. Your weak bladder, his dicky ankles and my dodgy knees, and we're in bed by 9 o'clock. It's a lot different than it used to be.
Oh, that's really good.
It's got a good length, good citrus.
That's delicious, Evo.
But when it comes to man hours, nothing tops the effort we put into growing our own wheat to make our first loaf of Fat Pig bread.
If you got about the same as me, it should be enough to do a loaf. All right, we'll start with that, see how it goes.
It looks great. Wow. Oh, it's just wheat, isn't it? It's the wheatiest wheat smell you've ever smelled.
It's nutty and interesting. Oh, yeah. This is the first loaf. This was 700 grams. So this loaf, adding up the hours to, you know, as a proportion of what we got, which is, you know, there's only, I don't know, 50 loaves or something out there. This is $200 to produce this loaf.
Wow.
Anyway.
It's like I made it.
It sounds like our business all over again.
It does a bit, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
Hello. Hello.
Of course, ours isn't the only farm to have had a big year. Nick's had a huge year experimenting with dual-purpose cattle breeds he can use for milk and beef.
So who brought the steak as backup?
Yeah, I did. That's actually the first yearling that has come off our farm, our dairy farm. I'm so excited.
It should be cooked up really well, Nick.
Oh, my God.
It's really good.
For Sadie and Headley and I, this humble little fireside gathering is the perfect way to reflect on what this last year of our lives has meant to each other and to our farm.
Sometimes I pinch myself when I'm walking up here to the restaurant. I can't believe that it's here and we're here and the farm's here.
This thing that we had in our heads actually exists. It doesn't, and it's not just in the middle of a hay paddock now. It's like it's getting things around it that give it a sense of place.
It was no small thing to reinvent our lives in Tasmania. And over the last 12 months, we've learnt that it's no small thing to reinvent the way we farm our food. But whenever I thought that a challenge was too big to face, I could always count on Sadie to lean in and say, how hard can it be?
Here's to us.
Here's to us.
Here's to Headley.
Here's to, yeah.
Here's to Ross and Nick.
Here's to the whole thing.
Here's the whole thing.
There's a lot to love about summer in Tassie. The long, hot days are always a welcome antidote to the frosts and rains of the cooler seasons. But for the connoisseur of fresh fruit, December through to March are like manna from heaven. All over the state, farmers and pickers are harvesting hundreds of millions of dollars in fruit exports while the sun shines. On Fat Pig Farm, however, our plump, delicious chili-whack raspberries are a tasty summer temptation that sometimes even struggle to find their way onto our summer dessert menu.
I don't want to carry the basket. I'm supposed to be picking raspberries to take to the kitchen. Most of them don't make it. That was a good one.
My name is Matthew Evans. After years as a big city food critic, I bought a farm in Tasmania to better understand what I eat by growing it myself. I built a restaurant right at the top of the farm, but now I want to get a better understanding of what I eats. This means starting from the ground up to improve the health of our soil, our farm, and our food for generations to come. From foodie to farmer to chef to rehabilitator of the land. How hard can it be? Ever since we started the garden, I've been growing rose geranium. It's amazing, fragrant geranium. This is it here. It's sort of spindly, not a huge number of leaves. I don't know why it struggles so much. It used to get driven over a bit, right on the corner, so I'll put that post in, but it's doing better than it was. Anyway, these are the leaves, and absolutely amazing fragrance. Like rose petals, but slightly different. Rose geranium goes really well with berries. I might make a little rose geranium jelly to have with raspberries. Our raspberries will only be ripe for the next 4 to 5 weeks, so we have to harvest them daily. But somehow, I always find the first flush of summer fruit to be the most flavoursome. And I think Sadie may enjoy this little experiment. This is some boiling water. And what I want to do is I want to steep my rose geranium in there. And then the gelatine. It makes a really soft jelly. It's not a jelly you can put in a mould and tip out. It's more a jelly you dip into that melts. I want to whisk that straight away. Let's get my sugar in there. I've used caster sugar, it dissolves quicker. And I just need to cool that down. I was thinking about doing them as individuals, so I just want to do this as a trial. So I'd love it to be able to see some raspberries floating in a jelly in here and maybe a little bit of flavoured cream on top. I need to strain all that stuff out. I'm going to put it through 2 sieves, coarse sieve to start with. And then, trusty tea strainer into my children's serving glasses. Okay, I want to see if the raspberries float or sink. Yeah, they're going to float, so I might put a few in. Now, it's just a matter of about an hour in the freezer or longer in the fridge so the jelly can set. So that's worked pretty well. I might just put a dollop of cream on top. So it's sort of like a trifle without the alcohol. And I've got these flowers from the rose geranium. It might look nice with a few little flowers on top. Very pretty. I can actually smell the rose geranium coming off the petals as I peel them off. I made them for dessert, but Sadie's not here. I might have to eat mine now. I want to see what it's like. The jellies I like, the ones when you put them in your mouth, they just melt. No rubbery texture. Sadie better come soon, I'll eat hers too. Summer on Fat Pig Farm is undoubtedly the start of our season of surplus in the garden. The soil temperatures are warm and perfect for growing. But for me, it's also a time of reflection. Because this year, we've been trying to adopt a regenerative approach to how we farm our land. By rebuilding our topsoil, improving our water cycles, and developing the farm's ecosystem by increasing our biodiversity. But there's more to the idea of regenerative farming than just how you handle your crops. So, all this talk about regenerative agriculture and looking after the land, and that's all very well, but we also need to think about the animals that we put on the farm. Oh, so I'm off to see a mate, a good mate who knows a lot more about this sort of stuff than I do. Back when I lived and worked in the city, 4:30 in the morning would have been an awkward time to be calling in on a friend. But these days, my old mate Nick Haddo,
morning,
one of Tassie's most passionate cheesemakers, is a very early riser. Oh, they're freckles, I think.
Hey?
I think they're freckles.
Yeah, don't try and rub them off.
I haven't seen as much of Nick as I'd like since we opened our restaurant on Fat Pig Farm. And in that time, he's been building a dairy farm that works in a very different way to most of our dairy industry. This is efficient as your big black and white cows?
Oh, no, not really. These are older breeds and that have been bred for other traits other than quantity. In the height of our season, we get somewhere sort of 30, 32, 35 litres per cow per day.
Per cow?
which is still a lot. And that's actually more than what we expected.
There are over 1.6 million dairy cows in Australia, and the bulk of them have been genetically bred for a single purpose, producing the maximum amount of milk physically possible, up to 50 litres a day. But Nick has decided to only use old-fashioned breeds, like these brown Swiss and Australian Shorthorns. They do produce less milk, but unlike most dairy cows, can also be sold for their beef.
Primarily, they are traditional cheese-making breeds. They're also dual-purpose breeds, so that means that the calves that they throw off, we can raise as beef animals, which again is a significant point of difference between this farm and most commercial dairy farms. And flavour and character of the milk.
Oh, flavour, you care about that.
From a cheese-making point of view, that's what it's about, isn't it? So that's not a bad morning work, Evo. That's about, I don't know, maybe a bit less than 1,000 litres.
Holy hell.
There's the girls. It's like 50 shades of brown.
I know. They're pretty amazing, aren't they? They're beautiful cows.
Yeah, they're really lovely. They're very gentle. I love working with them.
The telling bit will be the milk. Can we have a try?
Of course you can. As long as you don't mind drinking straight out of your bottle.
Sure don't. So, first thing I go is it's a bit whiter than our Guernsey milk.
Do you think so?
Yeah. Oh, that's really golden.
And yet the butterfat content on this milk would probably be higher.
What's the percent?
6.9.
But it's got a really long, even though it's chilled, which means you get slightly less character.
Yeah.
It's got that really long, lingering flavour. Is that from the high fat or is that the flavour of the milk?
I think it's from the high fat. Butterfat, in this instance, carries flavour. You know, fat's a great vehicle for flavour. So the more fat, the more flavour you've got.
To be fair, Nick's not producing milk for drinking. It's purely intended for his cheese making. But what's fascinating about what he's built here is that by doing two things at once, his farm effectively uses half as many resources to produce twice as much food.
The one thing we don't see here is the babies, I guess. So to have milk, every year a dairy cow has to give birth.
Yeah, of course.
And is there any difference there? Because a lot of those boy dairy cows are killed quite young.
All of our calves, we raise them in order to kind of produce beef. They're all on that paddock over there on the other side of the river.
On the other side there, yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, that is significantly different to the industrial dairy industry where, unfortunately, calves are seen as a loss-making exercise and therefore they're got rid of virtually at birth. But it's not a problem necessarily that the farm or the farmer has created. We as a society don't value veal, right? Which means the farmer can't get a decent return on it.
So if we don't eat veal, the farmer can't make any money out of it, so they don't look after the calf.
That's right. So us as meat-eating members of society, you know, we've got some choice and some roles to play in this as well.
Right.
But to me, the problem with the dairy industry globally is that we've created this system that the only way you can make money in it, because the margins are so fine, is by getting really huge.
Yeah.
So the question is, can we find a way to make dual-purpose cattle breeds work on a larger scale? As a way of producing our milk and beef more holistically? Well, Nick's certainly having a crack. But he's the first to admit that as a cheesemaker, he's only posing the question.
But we have the luxury of being able to make those choices because we're not actually part of the dairy industry. All of our milk goes to our cheese. We're not selling milk into that big commodity market.
So you're not a normal dairy farmer because you're not selling milk, you're making the cheese.
That's right. You know, this is all about cheese. You know, you see cows in the paddock, I see cheese.
Farmers love good ideas because making a living in farming is, to put it mildly, hard yakka. But in the 21st century, there is a massive and widening gulf between farming ideas that produce good food and ideas that produce good profits. So I was really inspired to see what my mate Nick was doing with his dairy farm to create high-quality milk and beef simultaneously.
It was really interesting what Nick was saying about how you can run a commercial dairy using dual-purpose breeds. So cows that produce lots of milk, but they also produce, you know, animals with really good meat as well. So I'm off to see a bloke up north, and he's got chickens, and the chickens are dual purpose, so that they produce really good meat, but also lots of eggs. And I'm wondering how I can use those ideas on our farm.
The average Aussie now eats 245 eggs a year. But for every egg-laying hen born into our egg industry, a male chick is born who can't lay eggs, so it's disposed of at birth. So when I heard retired scientist Dr. Gil Stokes up in Quamby Brook had been breeding his own kind of dual-purpose chooks, I had to meet him.
Hello,
G'day.
Matthew.
Nice to meet you, Gil.
Welcome to Quamby Chooks.
Thanks for having me. This is such an amazing garden. Look at this.
Well, thank you.
Whoa.
Just very special.
I know. You found paradise.
Yeah, it is like paradise, and what a privilege.
I can't hear a single chook, though. I can't hear a rooster.
Oh, we better go down and have a look at them.
I can't even smell.
With many Tasmanians now wanting to keep their own chooks for quality meat and eggs, Gil used his background in bioscience and animal nutrition to create a new breed of bird. For the last 7 years, he's been carefully crossing meatier American heritage roosters with Old English and Dutch egg-laying breeds. The result are these little beauties, the Quamby chicken. A dual-purpose bird that lays well and eats well.
My market is small holdings like yours and backyarders.
Yep.
And these people want big eggs. They don't want... They
don't want too many
eggs.
little annoying ones. Yeah.
And I'm also interested in live weight gain, but when you're selecting for both egg laying and size, you know, growth rate, progress is a lot slower.
Yeah.
Modern-day chickens are all descendants of Southeast Asian jungle fowl. Jungle fowl hens only lay about 12 eggs per year, but thousands of years of selective breeding has resulted in commercial chicken breeds that can lay almost 300 eggs per year. So the energy a hen gets from its diet has a big effect on how often she can lay her eggs. And Gil's Quamby girls are fed on the trendiest of organic chicken trail mixes. Crushed oats, kelp meal and crushed corn, bloody turmeric and even fermented milk.
These are like hipster chickens. They're getting turmeric, kefir. You don't give them quinoa?
No.
They're not proper hipsters then if they're not getting quinoa. What is it now, amaranth? I don't know.
They can lay long and well, so long as they're well fed.
The idea is to get a bird that has decent body mass so you can eat the roosters, rather than whatever it is, 16 million roosters that die every year in Australia so we can have eggs.
Yeah.
But also get a bird that is actually laying a decent number of eggs a year.
My plan is to take a few live Quambies back to the farm and start using their eggs in the restaurant straight away.
That's a great crate.
But Gil's keen for me to try some at dinner tonight. Because thanks to their breeding, they apparently taste the way chickens did before they started to be mass-produced.
Wow, look at the colour.
This is half a bird, and there's vastly more flavour, and you can see the breast meat is quite red.
Yeah, really good colour.
A completely different bird from what people are now used to.
But I was reading that the modern chicken is, 20, 30, 40% lower in protein than the birds we were eating 100 years ago. And obviously, protein gives it flavour.
You can take a couple of those home with you and you can try them out. Sure.
I'd love to try it. Come on, chooks.
Now, it's about a 3-hour drive home from Gil's place up north, down to Fat Pig Farm.
There we go.
And once I got home, the Quamby girls are already living up to their reputation.
She laid an egg on the way. Well, they're good layers. 3 eggs, 3 chooks, while they're on the road. That beautiful looking chicken from Gil, I thought I might confit it, so salt it, and then slow cook it underneath fat with garlic and sage. So get some salt. Got a lovely yellow fat there. Salt's going to change the structure of the protein, change the meat. But if I put a weight on it, it'll speed up the curing process. So I'll pop this on here and then weigh it down and come back in a couple of hours, see how it looks. So I'll check it out. So it's looking good. Bit of sage, just throwing in whole leaves. They're going to flavour the oil, the fat that I'm cooking this in. You want the fat to have a good flavour, but not overwhelm the chicken. So duck fat, beautiful. We just happen to have pork fat. garlic. The fresher you can get it, the more fresh fragrance it has. So they can go in just like that. Right, so I just need my pork fat. So I don't want it, you know, I'm not going to tip it over so the chicken starts frying, but I just want it to be melted before it goes on. Oh, you can actually smell the sage just by that little bit of warmth in the fat. Beautiful. Okay, it doesn't have to be fully covered, but close to covered ideally. You're really poaching in oil or fat when you make this kind of dish. Okay, a little bit of baking paper and some foil and into a low oven. 2 hours at least. The longer, the slower, the better. Oh yeah. Yeah, lovely and tender. And all that fat should still be really good for roasting potatoes and using for other things. I might just take this leg and thigh off and see what the breast meat looks like underneath. That fell apart beautifully. Ooh, yeah, look at that. See, that's not the normal bought chicken. It's got much deeper colour, sort of a yellowy colour. Try it straight away. That's an old-fashioned chicken. That's the way chicken, you know, probably tasted in my grandparents' era. And I can't wait to try that thigh. That's going to be the meat that falls apart.
It's been a big year in the life of Fat Pig Farm because for the last 10 months, we've been exploring new ways to regenerate the health of our soil while still growing healthy food. Like these broad beans. Last year, we planted our first crop of corn, but corn absorbs large amounts of nitrogen from the soil. So this year, we've replanted broad beans because they're great at giving that nitrogen back to the topsoil. The experiment is clearly working. We have tons of broad beans now, which means I'm going to need a whole heap of new interesting recipes to use in the kitchen. So I've invited one of our neighbours in to show me a cherished family bean recipe.
We're going to head up the broad bean patches up here.
Sadie Farah has run our local supermarket in Cygnet for over 30 years, so she's a bit of a local legend in our town. She emigrated from rural Lebanon to Tassie in 1981, and if there is one dish that helped her with her homesickness, it was a traditional Lebanese broad bean salad she learned from her mother, Foul Akhtar Bazait.
How many are we going to need? Does it
How
keep?
much you want to eat?
Besides broad beans, the other key fresh ingredient for what we're making is lashings of baby garlic from the garden, ground up in the mortar and pestle, stalks and all.
Do you want me to pound that?
Yep, don't be scared.
I'm not scared. I'm not scared of the garlic.
Yeah, mash it.
So am I trying to make a paste or am I trying to just bruise it?
Just to make it bruise it, yes. Just to bruise it.
What do you reckon? Is that done?
Yes.
Yep, good.
That's done.
Broad beans, or fava beans, have been part of Middle Eastern diets since at least the 4th century BC.
Wherever you can get them.
The tradition of having to shell the beans before cooking them began in European kitchens. But back in Lebanon, Sadie's mother and grandmother believed that by removing the skin from young beans, you lose a lot of the beans' earthy flavours.
Oh, look at lady beetle. Because I've seen, a few broad bean dishes, but nothing with like the pod and everything still in it.
No, we do cook them with the pod when they're young.
Yeah.
And when they tough, just eat it, just the pod. Just that.
Yeah.
One by
And
itself.
just bite it straight
Just
out.
like that.
I can't do that.
Easy.
This kind of dish is going to be a perfect fit for Fat Pig Kitchen because its simplicity lets the freshness and flavour of the beans speak for themselves.
I've never just boiled the whole thing.
That's the best thing about it.
Yeah, just boil it.
After a good boiling in salted water, Sadie believes in going big on the olive oil.
Don't be scared.
I'll
That's
keep
it.
going. Really?
To this day, every time Sadie returns to Lebanon, her mother saves the season's first broad beans and freezes them so that they can make it together once she returns.
Great. I forgot forks.
You don't need a fork.
You don't?
No.
And best of all, once you've folded the fresh garlic dressing through the broad beans with some Lebanese bread, you'll save on the washing up.
It's very nice.
That is so good.
With our broad beans having flourished in place of last year's corn crops and returned healthy amounts of nitrogen to our soil, we'll use the same method again once we've harvested another nitrogen-hungry crop, wheat. 6 months ago, agronomist Andrew Cook and I planted our first crop of wheat so I could bake our own Fat Pig Farm bread.
So how many tonnes am I going to get out of this?
Tonnes? No, no tonnes. Yeah, maybe 12 kilos per row, which will be enough to make a bit of flour.
Well, Andrew's back and it's high summer, so it's time to see if we can, literally, reap what we've sown.
The whole place is a bit drier than last time you were here.
Yeah, no, things have grown a fair bit too. I can see some wheat there.
What do you mean some? I can see row after row. You reckon it's ready?
There's a way to test it and just break a head off and give it a scrunch, like washing your hands. And the seeds will just fall out.
So that means it's good?
Yep.
So just pull them off?
Yep. Probably just try and pick the ones that look like they're from the dry stems.
Oh, OK. So the good thing about a hand harvest, you can actually do multiple harvests. You can pick the ripe stuff and then come back.
Yeah, you can come back later. Exactly.
For every kilogram of wheat grain we harvest, I'll end up with about 450 grams of our own flour. But while I may not qualify as a wheat baron with this crop, harvesting it by hand has kept the world fed for many a summer.
But we've been doing agriculture, as we'd recognise it, for 10,000 years or so.
Yep.
And only for about 100 years we've had tractors.
Exactly, yeah.
So for most of that time, this is what people did.
That's right. Yeah, well, everyone had their little plot. They were very small farms back in the day.
Yeah.
So if you do harvest more of this, the best time to do it's in the afternoon. And the reason for it is, see these little spiky bits that come off the grain there? They're called awns. And when it's a dewy morning, the moisture gets on that, sucks the moisture in, goes back into the head there. Yep. It'll make it a bit doughy. So.
And won't go through the mill.
That's right.
How much have you got?
I mean, there's a bit of weight in there.
I reckon, if you've got about the same as me, it should be enough to do a load.
Yeah,
Only about 500 grams.
Yep.
All right. We'll start with that, see how it goes, and harvest the rest in the afternoon.
The work that has gone into producing our very first harvest of wheat has been anything but mechanised. But there's no school like the old school.
What you're going to really want to do.
So to complete our afternoon's efforts, Andrew's got another ancient wheat tradition to show me, winnowing the grain from the chaff.
So all we're going to do is basically take our two bowls, lift one up, keep one down low.
I'll hold that for you.
Yeah, you can hold that one if you like.
Yeah.
This nice breeze is going to blow that all the way for us.
Yeah, right.
Some of that bigger stuff you pick out by hand.
Yeah, there's not a single seed gone that way.
No, that's right.
Yeah, that's good. Let's have a go.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's no exaggeration that this simple technique and humanity's ability to mill, store, cultivate and trade grain marked the beginnings of human civilization and agriculture.
Look at that.
Well, there you go. There's the first 12 grams done.
Yeah, that's it. No, it shouldn't be too many days at all before you'll have the flour.
Not a bad effort for a humble little seed.
That's good.
So, I think it's only fitting that our very first loaf of Fat Pig Farm bread crowns that 10,000-year-old saga.
How much of this flour did you grow, thresh, grind, make?
This is the first loaf. This was 700 grams. This is $200 to produce this loaf.
Wow.
In wintertime, the two faces of Fat Pig Farm begin to look very different from each other. Well, our kitchen and restaurant always feel alive with the energy of guests and long lunches. The garden and farm work have slipped into a sort of semi-hibernation, which means I have a little more time to indulge in some boutique crop ideas with people like agronomist Andrew Cook.
What we're trying to do is a small patch. I can use this to grow a trial batch of wheat. Yes. So I want to flavour our bread. We churn our own butter and we take all our vegetables and fermenting them or serving them fresh. We've got our own meat, our own eggs. I'd love to be able to make the bread and some of our baked stuff taste like the farm.
Wheat is by far the most valuable crop grown in Australia. But while Western Australia and Victoria are the country's big gun producers,
I'm a chef, I just want to go,
not many people know that Tasmania's climate, soils and abundance of water make our growing potential per hectare of farmland the highest in the country. So despite the fact that what I know about wheat farming wouldn't fill a bowl of cereal, I'm having a crack at growing my own. Can't be that hard, surely.
It might sound weird, but I've actually been imagining planting wheat for years. It's one of those things, yeah, you eat flour from wheat every day, but I've always wondered how it grows, how it's harvested, how it's milled. And I'm going to find out starting today. So how many tonnes am I going to get out of this?
Tons? No, no tonnes. Yeah, maybe 12 kilos per row.
Yeah, 12.
If we're lucky.
If we're lucky.
Exactly. Which will be enough to make a bit of flour to make some bread.
Yeah, that'll be brilliant.
Exactly.
My name is Matthew Evans. After years as a big city food critic, I bought a farm in Tasmania to better understand what I eat by growing it myself. I built a restaurant right at the top of the farm, but now I want to get a better understanding of what I eat. This means starting from the ground up to improve the health of our soil, our farm and our food for generations to come. From foodie to farmer to chef to rehabilitator of the land, how hard can it be? While this may look like a run-of-the-mill misty Tassie morning, it may as well be Christmas, and I may as well be a kid again. Because I'm expecting something I've been wanting ever since we made Fat Pig Farm our home.
Hey, mate. Yeah, good.
Yeah.
Is it ready?
Yes.
A few weeks ago, I commissioned master blacksmith and genius sculptor Pete Matilla to make us an outdoor fire pit worthy of the Viking gods of old. And it doesn't look like he's let me down.
Let's get it out of here and stand it up.
You got it, or you want me?
Yep, no, this is all right. If you could grab that bar there.
Yeah, you weren't joking. They are heavy.
This is good. They'll hold heat really well. So yeah, let's just pull it out. Let's just go in exactly how we are right now.
Sure.
Excellent. Thanks, guys. So.
Yeah, it's got to spin right around. It's exciting.
It would be very nice to see a fire in this. So I did make these so they went a certain way. Careful with that, yeah. Ooh, I think that's how, yeah, so they can move around. You can do this sort of thing too.
Oh, yeah, right over the middle.
Or you can swing it right out the way. Actually, I was like thinking like, you could have that as like almost like a prep station.
Yeah, that's brilliant. It's like a little table.
Yep. And that just sits just in there.
And that just goes in there.
Yep.
Fantastic. I love it. Well, it's time to get the fire started. I'll go get some wood.
$250 kilos of forged steel went into the making of this spectacular work of culinary art. The inspiration behind Pete's design was to create a stage for us to celebrate the passion that we put into growing and cooking our food. And I've got to say, I love it.
I just grabbed a couple of things from the kitchen I thought might be nice to put on. I've got some Tasmanian butter Swedes. They're beautiful. Winter veg and the Brussels. Some pork fillet. It's really hard to know when you have a new grill or a new barbecue where the hot spots are. So I'm just starting at one corner and then I can work into the heat. This end over here has still got fresh wood on, so that's going to get really hot. So if I need to, I can go to the really hot, or I can stay down in the cool bit or move things around as I need to. Woo, that's still hot. Look at that, beautiful. Rightio. Cool bananas.
This truly is like wanting a quad bike for your birthday, but getting a four-wheel drive. And Sadie's pretty chuffed too.
You want to join us?
That looks amazing.
Isn't this the best?
That is just beautiful.
You should try cooking on it. It's really cool.
And what are all these for?
You could hang camp ovens.
Yeah.
A series of camp ovens. You could actually put like a skewer or something, you have a spike through.
Oh, yeah.
This isn't lunch, this is actually just heating it and seasoning it, seeing how it works.
Yeah.
Before we pay the invoice, just make sure that it does work. And it does, I can tell you, it really does. Yeah.
I had round in my head. I had, fire pit, round.
Yeah.
I'm like, we always knew that's what you wanted, a fire pit there. And that is nothing like I envisaged.
It's nothing like I envisaged.
Love it.
I was like, oh, is that how it looks? Oh my God, it's so much better than I thought it could be.
Perfectly cooked. Thank you very much.
It's yummy.
Ooh, that's really good. Yeah, good barbecue.
Squid's good, isn't it?
We had so much trouble to grow stuff, and you think, oh, that's as good as it can get, and then you put it on a fire pit.
And it's better.
And it's better. These ancient cooking techniques.
Oh, beautiful. Yeah.
When I first escaped city life and bought a farm here in Tassie, I'm not ashamed to say that I didn't even know how to milk a cow. But with Fat Pig Farm's restaurant now built and busy, there's been a lot of on-the-job training. Because the fresh milk, cheeses and butter we produce are an integral part of our lunch menus. And it all comes from our 2 milking cows, so their welfare is really important to us, especially when there are new calves arriving. So Elsie just had a calf a couple of days ago, little bloke there, and she gets this thing called milk fever, which means you can't take too much milk, otherwise she collapses and runs the risk of dying. But she's got so much pressure on her udder, I need to take some of that pressure off, so I'll take a little bit of milk over the next few days. This guy's eaten his fill. He can only drink so much. Come on, darling. Come on. Come on. Come on. See by the colour, still a lot of the colostrum in there, that really early milk. It's really creamy, it's full of antibodies, full of protein. That allows us to take some without affecting the calf. We always save a little bit of the first milking in case we have a calf that's orphaned or that its mum rejects it. It's miracle stuff. Dairy cows need to give birth to be lactating so that we can harvest the milk that we drink. If they give birth to a female calf, that's another milker for a farmer's herd. But what many people in Australia may not understand is there is little demand for male calves like this little guy, because the cost of feeding them up for sale outweighs the public's desire for their low-quality meat. So the majority are culled or processed as veal from about a week old. On Fat Pig Farm, we keep our dairy boys anywhere up to 3 years before they're bound for the table. But the facts of life on the land are, if you farm cattle, beef is probably a big part of your diet. And in winter, there's one dish that tops my family's request list every time.
I want to make an Italian dish called ossobuco. Ossobuco translates really badly as bone hole, and you use the shin, but it's cut across through the bone. Generally, this dish would always be made with veal in Italy. This is actually not veal. This is more like a 2-year-old animal, so it's much bigger than you would get in Italy. It's a little bit harder. It takes longer to break down, but all these little lines and that bone marrow make the sauce really, really rich. So I'm going to cook this in a casserole dish. The best thing is something that can go on the stovetop and in the oven, because you need to fry things first.
Ossobuco originated in Milan's Lombardy region around the middle of the 19th century.
Base is hot. Whew.
I like to start with a sofrito of chopped leeks, carrots and celery.
Just frying those vegetables and try not to get colour on them, but fry them as opposed to just boiling them in the sauce. And then I'm going to fry the meat. And to make the ossobuco thick, I'm going to actually flour the meat before I fry it. So flouring the meat is essentially like making a white sauce, a bechamel or Mornay sauce. You're cooking the flour in butter. This is the exact same thing, it's just the flour happens to be sitting on the side of the meat when you cook it.
I'm using our beef for this dish because I like to only cook with meat that we reared on Fat Pig Farm. But there is an argument that as a country, we should be eating more veal. The more veal we eat, the more valuable the young dairy boys would become to farmers, and the better the calves' lives will be.
When this is browned, add the white wine. Lots of people think red meat, you've got to cook it with red wine. No, this dish is awful with red wine. I've cooked lots of times. It's much better with white wine, or you can do a mix, a little bit of red and mostly white. Anyway, so this will deglaze the pan, which means take all those stuck bits off the bottom. Beautiful. My vegetables back in. And this stuff, this is tomato passata. It's essentially like a tin of diced tomatoes in quantity, but this is from our farm. Just need a couple of flavourings, so bay leaves and salt, pepper. See in about 2 hours. So it gets finished with a gremolata, and I think that's actually the trick for the great ossobuco is, yeah, it's how you cook it, but it's how you finish it that really matters. Gremolata, I don't actually know what it means, but I know what it is. Lemon zest, lemon juice, parsley and garlic. And that combination, it adds zing, it adds depth, it adds fragrance, everything, all in one little finale. What I'm after is the meat falling from the bone. Wow, and that's just popped, real easy. So put about half the gremolata in, and you want to cook that just a little bit, 2-3 minutes, that's all. You could skim the fat off the top of the sauce, let it cool down and scrape it off, but you want that. That's where all the flavour is. Then just a little bit of this gremolata on top. Rightio.
Top. Mmm. That's delicious.
Mmm.
Nice with the bread.
Fat Pig Farm is far from a big dairy operation. Our 2 milking cows give us roughly 5,000 litres a year of fresh milk. But with 1 cow about to retire, I'm off to interview a new candidate for the position.
I've just come to a mate's farm a little bit up the road from us, pick up a new dairy cow. Florence is her name. I think I'll call her Auntie Flo.
Our neighbour Georgie and her husband Fred have had this cow for 6 years. But between work in town and their kids' sport on the weekends, they've been struggling to find time to milk her.
Perfect cow collecting weather.
Yeah, where is she?
Right at the top.
Oh, that's her way up there.
Yes.
So we have to walk up and get her, or will she come to the bucket?
She'll come if I call her.
Oh, yeah, that's good. Let's go grab her.
Come on. Come on, Florence. Come on.
Here she comes. Wow, she's thundering down.
Yeah, look at her go.
Is she fat?
She's quite fat.
Well, she's pregnant though, but...
Yeah, but more than that, she's fat.
Oh, yeah, right. Oh, that's good.
Yeah. Do you want a taste of this? Come on. Come on. Come on. Come around. Come on. You come this way? Florence, come on. You come with me. That's it. Good girl. Good girl.
By the looks of things, Florence seems like she'll be easy to work with.
Come on.
So now it's just a simple case of getting her comfy on my trailer.
Come on, girl.
I may have spoken too soon, though.
Where's Georgie?
OK, clearly Florence is more of a business class girl than the back of the ute girl. Of course, there's always the time-honoured cattle class method of getting her to take a seat.
Round you go. Come on. Up.
Up. Up. Up. Up. Up. Up.
Come on.
Come on. Hurry up. Come on. Come on, Finn. In you.
Come on.
Come on. Up, 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 up. Go on, up, up.
Come on.
Nah.
It's 500 kilos of not moving onto a trailer.
OK, with our departure time now delayed until further notice, I think I might leave the trailer here for a little while and see if she boards it herself.
All right, I'll see you in a couple of hours.
Yep.
Yeah, I've got a couple of things to do and I'll come back.
After trying our best to get our new milking cow, Flo, boarded on my trailer, it's time to go back and see if she's ready for her long-haul flight.
Hello, Matthew.
Hey, you got her in?
We did. I actually brought some carpet, an old bit of carpet out from the house and put it in there, and in she went.
Carpet.
Over the back and up into the front, and so she didn't sink into the mud as much at the front of the
Yeah, a little bit of
trailer,
that, yeah.
gave her a bit of extra height, and it was more secure for her feet to put. Yeah, she felt safer.
She liked the
Up
carpet?
she went. Yeah, she really liked going up on the carpet.
Who'd have thought?
Because our other milking cow, Elsie, has just had her calf, there's a potential for her to be aggressive to Florence, so I need to gradually introduce our new mother to the rest of the herd.
You'll be able to see the other cattle up on the hill when she gets around the corner, but I won't take her up there now. I think I'll just leave her in here. Just let her get over the stress of the loading and the transport. Something for her to eat, something to drink. That's Florence, Kerry. For looking at, not for chasing.
With Florence looking comfortable in her new surrounds and tucking into some afternoon tea, my farm work is done for the day. So I sweet-talked a good mate of mine into downing tools and joining me in a little speculative angling, the secret spot he's always talking about an hour south, near Southport.
Might be a day for it. We're going to catch some squid. I'm here with Matt Tack, my mate. He's a pig farmer. Enough pork. Let's do the squid thing. Whoa.
Matt suggested we use a float and jig to catch our squid. We can set it so the lure will hang in the water at just the right depth.
So, Matthew, you want to set it for about 6 to 8 feet deep, yeah? About your height, I suppose.
And best of all, he reckons we won't get snagged.
Just give it a cast out, sort of 10, 15.
Now, while all my mates know that my fishing prowess is more comedic than capable, Matt reckons that this is a surefire spot for some big squid action.
When people see you come onto the jetty, they know there's plenty of fish for them.
I know, Sadie reckons the only time I frighten fish is wearing my Speedos.
Yeah, what do you know about catching squid, Evan?
All I know about catching squid is watch out for the ink. Because I was watching this woman catch a squid once. As she brought the squid in, she didn't let it blow the ink before she brought it up. And it just kind of went like that and got her in the face. So I know more from watching than from doing. Good, Matt.
Ooh.
Do you want me to get the net?
Yeah, I think so, eh? I don't know how well I've hooked him here. Oh, no, maybe it's all right. Oh, wait. Patience. Wait. He'll come up. There we go. You can lift it straight up. Wow, it's a good size.
Nice, very nice.
These southern reef squid are really common in this part of Tassie, and they can weigh as much as 2 kilos. So a single one this size is more than enough for Matt and his family for dinner.
Look at that colour change. It's beautiful. Do you know how to kill them humanely?
No, I don't.
Okay, so you just pinch them behind the head here. Yep. Just pinch, and what you'll see is they'll change colour. See that?
Oh.
See that?
Oh my God.
So they just changed colour. He's gone white now.
Yeah.
That's it. He's done.
With Matt's family dinner now taken care of, it's time for yours truly here to land something worthy of bragging rights with my kitchen team back at the restaurant, who constantly rib me for being a dud fisherman.
Pretty amazing to see that squid. Oh, the size of it, like I was really surprised. I caught a couple of squid down here and off Bruny, but nothing as big as that. Whoa. What do you reckon, Matt? Mine's doing something. Yep.
Oh, there you go.
There we go.
You're on.
Gone.
Oh, this is a monster.
Nice. Wow. You were right, you can catch squid here.
Yeah, I told you, right?
This is like, I've never done fishing where you actually catch stuff.
Makes a refreshing change,
Oh, it's good, isn't it?
Yeah, it's really good.
Right. So, and then squeezing.
Find the nerve and pinch until both sides change colour. There you go, the Vulcan neck pinch.
Yeah.
Vulcan neck.
The ability of squids to change the pigment of their skin is controlled by their central nervous system. So, by severing the nerves to those little pigment sacs, they revert to their natural colour when they die.
Thanks for that.
No sweat. If I see on your Instagram account that you're down here catching squid without me, I'll be cross.
Yeah, like I post anything on Instagram.
Yeah, that's right.
OK, with a bucket full of beautiful Tassie squids successfully hunted and gathered, I've got an idea on how to turn them into something the doubters back at Fat Pig Farm will remember the next time I go fishing.
OK, so that's like its skeleton.
The thing with squid is you either cook it very fast or very slow. Anything in between, and it eats like rubber. I'm going to do this one slowly so it breaks down the squid's collagen, leaving it super tender.
I want to cut this into pieces. I want sort of triangular shaped pieces. I want sort of chunky bits, not really rings. So I've got the squid. I've got this lovely garlic, just really fresh cloves. I'm just going to crush them. Then I've got this lovely sweet onion from the garden, chorizo. It's going to just melt into the sauce, beautiful. Smoky paprika. This is a Spanish one. This is a passata, so nice tomato puree. Bay leaves. One of the things that I've discovered is a lot of cultures use bay leaves to balance the fishy aroma of seafood. A little bit of paper over the top, and then foil to hold the steam in. So I reckon maybe an hour in a low to moderate oven. Rightio. Set for dinner. Oh. Just finishing the dish with a bit of fresh parsley. Just lots of bread to mop up the juices. That lovely sweet smell of the squid. Makes a nice change from char grilling it, which is what I tend to do.
It's been 12 years since I moved to Tassie from the Big Smoke to open our restaurant.
Taste the spoils.
And in that time, I've come to realise that dishes like this are the perfect combination of our clean air, rich soils and unpolluted waters.
Not too shabby.
It's fantastic. That is absolutely delicious.
Oh, you keep your job.
Pure Tasmania on a plate.
Fantastic.
Oh, they're going to scatter when they get to the other end. Through the gate. What a mess.
Winter on Fat Pig Farm is a sleepy time for our organic garden, with the low soil temperatures slowing our crop growth right down. So with our harvesting work at a crawl, there's more time to appreciate the simple beauty of growing your own food, like our beautiful peas.
Just seeing if they've actually started to produce little pods. Oh, here's one. Gorgeous. A little while before we get peas, but it's all happening.
We humans tend to think of ourselves as the dominant life form in the world.
So the idea is to plant trees along this lower side, but the cattle are going to or the goats or whoever are going to come and hassle the trees. So we actually have to fence either side.
But there are actually more living organisms in a single handful of soil than there are people on Earth. And for all our self-importance, it's those kinds of microorganisms that help feed everyone on the planet, because we farmers can't grow anything without them. So this year, we're really focusing on what we can do to make our soil healthier and our farm more productive. It's a big job, but it won't happen unless we do all the little jobs right.
So these are the plants we want to put in along the swales. These are poplars, so these will shed their leaves in winter, provide lots of mulch with all those leaves that have fallen on the ground, which will actually improve the soil and build topsoil.
My name is Matthew Evans. After years as a big city food critic, I bought a farm in Tasmania to better understand what I eat by growing it myself. I built a restaurant right at the top of the farm, but now I want to get a better understanding of what I eats. This means starting from the ground up to improve the health of our soil, our farm, and our food for generations to come. From foodie to farmer to chef to rehabilitator of the land. How hard can it be? It may not sound like much, but a 70-acre farm is more than enough to keep an entire family busy. So with Sadie and Headley away for a few days, I'm on my own, and my to-do list is getting bigger by the hour. And top of that list are the apple trees. Fat Pig Farm was once covered in apple orchards until the bottom fell out of the Tassie industry in the 1970s. These trees are all that's left of the old orchard, and we dearly want to keep what's left of them healthy. But this year, we've noticed a problem with winter rot. So to help me rehabilitate them, I've called in local tree guru, Chris Butler, whose techniques have been learned from treating centuries-old olive groves in Italy.
These beautiful old apple trees, 70, 80 years old, but some of them have got a little problem that I need to try and get fixed. Hey, Chris, how are you going?
Matthew. Good, good.
You found the one, or one of them?
This is one, yeah. The result of this is that it's been more or less cut level, and the water has remained on the top. Then it starts to rot. So if you put your finger in there, you'll see that it's all this lovely sawdust mud.
So it's like a little swimming pool that's formed.
It is, yeah, but it's a rotting swimming pool. It's not clear water.
These trees were planted in the 1940s, so a little surgery today will go a long way to seeing them healthy again.
It's worth spending the time. If you've got nothing else to do, and in the winter you've got the time to do that,
nothing else
then
to do.
you would do it.
Yeah.
This is an old technique that was used by the Italian olive farmers called slupatura.
What does slupatura mean?
Slupatura, lupa used to be, it's an old dialect name for rot.
Right.
So slupa means getting rid of the rot, and the tura means the process.
Right.
So the old way they used to do it all by hand. Yep. They had this wonderful little tool that they called a male e peggio, and it was a tool that had a curved blade on one end and a hatchet on the other. And male e peggio means bad and worse. And the idea was when they lifted it and it hit their head, that was bad. But then when they put it down, it hit their crutch, and that was even worse. So we're going to do it with a chainsaw. So now we can see what the issue was.
The rot.
So we'll cut down just a little bit more, not much more.
Just to make a good drain?
Yeah, just make a good drain, and then we'll look at just filling it up with cement and making a nice, smooth gutter.
10 minutes work to save an 80-year-old tree is an easy choice for me. And with the surgery done, all it needs now is some winterproofing with a mortar dressing.
So that's all we need to do. The minimal amount of mortar, obviously, because it's something extraneous to the tree.
Yeah, love it.
Nothing
elegant,
more.
elegant solution.
Elegant.
I love that. We learn a lot off the locals around here, or the old orchardists, but taking some knowledge from Italy where they're trying to keep olive trees alive for 1,000 years, and applying the same old techniques to our apples means that we can keep those trees alive for years and years to come.
Now, with the apple of my eye, Sadie, away in town for a few days, all that work in the orchards has given me an idea on a tasty way to celebrate her birthday when she gets back.
I want to make a cake for Sadie's return. This is a beautiful old recipe. I've adapted it a little bit from a cookbook from Western Australia. And it's just an old apple cake. I call it Ye Olde Appley Cakey. And it's the sort of cake that'll stay really moist. In fact, it'll be better tomorrow than it will be today. Rightio, so that's the apple. What I'm using is a little bit of brown sugar and caster sugar. Let's throw that all in. So these are walnut kernels, these are the whole ones, and you can break them up, but you want them chunky as you eat the cake, so not too fine.
Next, just a pinch of salt, then 2 eggs, some vanilla and olive oil. Precision baking at its best.
All we need now is the flour. As soon as it's evenly mixed, it's mixed enough. Rightio, in my tins.
I've got enough mixture here for 2 cakes, so one for Sadie's birthday, and the other is all Headleys to polish off. That should pay off come Father's Day, I reckon.
It's when you need an 8-year-old in the house to clean the spatula. Oh, I haven't got one of those.
These are ready to go in the oven now and should take about 30 minutes. Just enough time to check a few more projects off that to-do list of mine.
So Sadie's away for a few days, and it's her birthday the day she gets back. One thing we've done here is we've planted an amazing garden down there, but no garden outside the house. So I want to set up a bit of a garden so she comes home to at least something.
Seeing as I've been holding down the whole farm on my own for the last few days, I put the cows to work mowing the grass. But this kind of lawnmower can backfire badly.
Ugh. This is a beautiful camellia. What we want is a cottage garden, beautiful flowering plants. I've hit the clay. What I don't want to hit is the thing called signet cement. We've got this siltstone. Sometimes it's only this far under the ground, sometimes it's a metre down. Anyway, you can't, it's very hard to break that.
Generally, the idea with camellias is to plant them in early spring. So seeing as it's the dead of winter, I've probably jumped the gun. But they also prefer to not be exposed to strong winds. So I hope Sadie likes them, because they're probably in for a hard life out here.
What do you reckon? Oh. I've got a lot more to do out here. I really need to see if that cake's ready.
There's an old farmer's saying that a happy wife makes a happy life, and Sadie has been wanting a new herb garden for months. So part 2 of my birthday master plan is to whip one up before she and Headley get back.
Come on.
This old apple crate is perfect for what I need, but a mongrel to move.
Right now, I'm glad it's rotten. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to lift it. That's exactly where she wants it, I hope.
I'm just going to water this in well with a storm.
And it should be ready to plant.
This rain has come at the perfect time to give Sadie's new herbs a good soaking.
So a mix of things here, coriander, parsley, some thyme. Oh, just love having fresh thyme. Be able to walk straight out of the kitchen, pick up the herbs.
So with a little more water to give their roots a drink.
There you go, grow, plants grow.
My surprise plan has fallen into place just in the nick of time.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey. Hey, boy, you're going to jump out there. Whoa. Welcome home. Hey, beautiful. How are you?
Oh, am I getting a family home?
Oh, happy birthday.
Thank you.
Oh, I've done something for you.
Really?
Yeah, walk this way.
Is it a good thing?
Yeah, it's a good thing.
You've planted camellias.
I planted trees.
Oh my God, what trees have you planted?
Trees that need shelter.
Oh, I'm not sure that's quite the... It's beautiful.
You wouldn't believe how much effort I went to.
It's so beautiful. It's beautiful. It's beautiful, and I love camellias.
You said you wanted a cottage garden.
It's beautiful.
Oh.
Thank you.
Oh, that's okay. But that's not all.
Oh, you did. Oh, I'm so happy. Oh, you know, it's so fun. I had this in my head while I was away. I thought, I'm going to come back and I'm going to get that old apple crate and I'm going to move it, I'm going to fill it with dirt, I'm going to plant some herbs in there.
You don't have to, it's done. You just have to throw some water on it sometimes. And that's so easy to move. So if you want to move 6 inches this way, ain't never going to happen.
Well, I kind of pictured it kind of here on the deck.
Did you?
I'm kidding.
This cake may look a little rustic, but made with apples fresh from our 80-year-old apple trees, the flavour is 100% Fat Pig Farm.
And cake.
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 So I thought that might be a nice way to welcome you.
Oh.
Is that okay? So a herb garden.
I love you.
Yeah, and an apple cake and whipped cream. And I know you wouldn't want any of that.
Yes, I would.
Okay. Let's have some.
But the fact is, the more we can experiment with what grows naturally on our land to flavour our restaurant menus, the less we damage the health of our soils. So because I've always wanted to serve a gin in the restaurant that's uniquely Fat Pig Farm, and gin can be infused with a wide variety of flavours, I've asked Tassie distiller Nat Fryer to come and help me find a few native plants that we can experiment with to distill our own gin.
Bit of a bush bash.
Very much a bush bash.
Like this native kunzia.
This is actually probably going to yield some really lovely results.
That looks rubbish.
It does. It looks innocuous, but I can tell you, I bet those fronds are full of gorgeous aroma.
Want me to pass you some?
Yeah. Thanks.
So I'm tempted to eat it. Like, you were always doing this, and
Yeah.
I want to...
Such a chef. It's the oils and the aromas that are important when you're thinking about gin, not the woody, herby flavour, because really only the aroma is going to come across during any distillation process. Oh, that's amazing.
That's
It's
good,
different.
isn't it?
It's different to the ones that I use in my gin, which is really cool. But it's got a real lemon, kind of lemon thyme and a touch of pine. It's lovely. What do you think?
That's amazing scent.
Get some in the still.
I'd like the flavour of our Fat Pig gin to represent the whole character of the farm. So I really want it to be a blend of our native and garden aromatics.
Fennel, though, Matthew, is lovely, gentle aniseed base, and it's the sort of young, fresh fronds that you want right from the middle of the plant. This stuff down here has a sweetness, really vibrant.
Yeah, yeah.
Aniseed always is a beautiful base note in any kind of gin. It's lovely.
How much do we need of that? Because I'm not sure... Well, I guess a whole bunch of plants. Just take all the young leaves out of the middle.
I would.
Yeah.
But then they're not my plants, so I can say that.
Nadia's not here, we can just do it.
Yeah.
All right.
To get a clear idea of what our gin might taste like, Nat wants to experiment with water first, not alcohol. So after steeping our native kunzia and garden fennel for about an hour, the mixture is ready to be distilled, which will produce a pure blend of the two flavours.
Okay, that's it. All the bits gone?
Fantastic.
Is that fire going enough?
It should be. It just has to be hot enough that will bring this to the boil.
Yeah.
And then we'll pop that there. So what's going to happen is as this heats up, that steam will come across and comes into this. This is our condensing column.
Yep.
And all it is a copper coil inside a bath. So we'll pour cold water on this continually, and the exchange of heat from the steam to the cold water turns that steam back into a liquid, and that's how we'll capture all that flavour.
Because this looks like a really ancient, old style.
Look, these stills, doesn't matter what the size is an alembic still, a pot still. And if you go into the great distilleries in France where they make cognacs and armagnacs, you'll see giant versions of that fundamentally.
Yeah.
And this is the distillate coming across now. Look at that. And taste it.
Taste that already?
Yep. How is it?
It's fantastic.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Now you keep pouring that so I can taste it, see what it tastes like.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. It's got that amazing lemony, it's really captured it, hasn't it?
We've only distilled our flavours today, not the alcohol. But infused with gin, I reckon our Kunzia and fennel combo will be spectacular.
I'm surprised. I was thinking, I can't imagine that steam would capture that much.
It's incredible, particularly as this is a really rustic little setup that we've got going on here.
So you're tasting it the whole time?
Pretty much.
Oh yeah, that's better already.
Yeah, it's amazing. The flavours will change the entire way through the run.
And this is the art of distillation, is it? This,
it really
this bit.
is. The
knowing
ability
which bit to discard?
Yeah, knowing which bit to discard, understanding how flavours work, and knowing when to cut your losses. To go, there's no point we're not getting any better quality coming across, let's stop.
Now that we've decided on our Kunzia and fennel essences, the next part of the process will take at least a month or so before Nat can distill our own signature gin. The plain truth of life on Fat Pig Farm is the seasons rule everything. What we wear, the work we do, what crops we can sow, what crops can be harvested, and of course, what's growing in the garden for our guests to eat. So it's important to plan and plant crops ahead of time. Last spring, I experimented with planting our first crop of flint corn. So come winter, it'd be ready to use as an alternative to what's not growing in the garden.
This is the corn that we've been drying. It's flint corn, so it's the drying stuff that you turn into polenta, I guess, or cornmeal. Got to get these kernels off somehow. There they go. Oh, it's like popcorn. The idea with this corn is to be able to grow something that'll fill in the lean months. When the potatoes have gone soft, hopefully we can serve polenta. So I bought this mill. It's a stone mill. And I've just got to work out how to put it together. Rightio, so the grain goes down through here. There's a stainless steel spiral, like an auger, that pushes the grain through, and then it comes through between these stones. An ancient form of grinding grain was between stones. It used to be just two stones that you'd find lying around. This is, I guess, a modern interpretation of an ancient technique. I've just got to wind the handle, I think, and hope. I often wonder when we do things like this that seem really labour intensive, but this is a way more efficient way than it would have been done traditionally. Pretty much it.
Cooking outside like this is one of the perks of farm life, even if it's just on my little burner.
I reckon there's about a cup and a half of polenta there, and about a litre and a half of water. You stir the polenta, it's going to thicken, and then it's kind of like a volcano. At the end, it'll be spitting hot cornmeal in the air, and that's a sign that it's getting close to ready.
Right, now this is not one of those wonder dishes that's whipped up quickly for a hungry mob. It only took an hour of effort to grind 500 grams of stone-milled polenta like this, but it then needs at least 45 minutes of continual stirring before it's even ready to flavour.
It's boiled down a bit, starting to get quite thick. The smell's changed completely. At first it was sort of gluey, earthy, you know, not the most attractive smell, but it's come up really fragrant now. So I've got a knob of butter I'm going to pop in. I'm adding grated cheese. This is actually Parmesan. I reckon that's enough. Smells good. The character's just changed this last 5 minutes. And it smells amazing. So that's it in its, you know, most pure form. Polenta, a little bit of salt, butter, cheese. To that I can add a pork ragu with lots of sage or, you know, some lovely broccoli. I'll see what the actual corn tastes like. Remarkably, there's actually bits in there that still haven't cooked after 40 minutes, so it's still a bit grainy. I need to grind it finer, but the flavour, it's sweet, fragrant, complex, but peasanty at the same time. As you eat it, you know, it is a gruel, but you feel like you shouldn't, you know, you don't eat it like this. I feel like you want to eat it like this. That's what I'm going to do now. Don't watch.
This little gas burner has never let me down. But ever since we opened the doors to our restaurant, I've always wanted an outdoor fire pit to cook on for our guests. And if there's an art to cooking on an open fire, why not have a fire pit that's a work of art too? So I've decided to finally lash out and get one made. And nobody is better qualified than Hobart's master blacksmith and sculptor, Pete Matilla.
G'day.
Hey,
I'm Matthew.
Hi, my name's Pete.
Nice to meet you. Finally,
yes.
Spoken on the phone. This looks cool. Generally, what we've been doing is we just have some bricks on the ground and light a fire, and then we just stand there burning our hands and moving little bits of, you know, grills and stuff. But what I wanted to do was see if we could get something made that, you know, can hold a grill up or hold pots above the fire, so that we could use that space more efficiently.
Yes.
You found a black wall?
Yes.
There's a couple of them in here.
Yeah. Yeah, so I would start with probably something, say this is roughly our kind of trough shape.
Yep.
I'll probably put some like little vent things in here.
Yep. Air vents.
Yep, little air vents to help get that draft in there.
Yep.
Probably put some.
When it comes to forged steel, Pete is a true craftsman. His ironwork has even been exhibited in some of Tassie's biggest museums. So he has some great ideas for the fire pit that I'd never thought of.
So if this is a fireplace, a commercial kitchen, and if we started to say that like cooking food and having food together is almost like a ceremony process, then we're kind of building the altar for that. I want to make that into something that's visually interesting, right?
Yeah. Here I was thinking, oh yeah, something that's better than a frying pan. and you're talking art and sculpture and an altar to the cooking, which is beautiful.
Yeah.
I love it. I love the sound of it.
That might be a bit more than what you're kind of thinking, but because I'm an industrial blacksmith by trade.
Yeah.
But I'm also I'm a sculptor. I've got a master's of fine art, and that's what I do. I'm an artist.
Yep.
And my medium is steel, right?
Brilliant. All right. See you in a couple of days.
No worries.
Pete is so passionate about what he does. In fact, that's what I love about life in Tasmania. It's a place of thinkers and doers. Whether it's working with iron and a furnace to create a truly unique fire pit, using centuries-old knowledge to revitalise our precious apple trees, or building a restaurant from scratch to inspire people with good food from the good earth of Fat Pig Farm. But something tells me when Pete has finally realised his vision, that our Barbies will never be the same again.
It's exciting.
You could have that as almost like a prep station.
Yeah, it's brilliant. It's like a little table.
Come on! It's 500 kilos of not moving onto a trailer.
It's the middle of autumn in Tassie and the weather is starting to change. The garden's powering, but it's about to slow down as the temperature begins to drop. And the farm prepares for the onset of winter.
Oh, hello. You're all coming for a feed.
Over the next 12 months, our goal is to do everything we can to improve and nourish our farm soil. And after a visit from Hannah, a permaculture expert, we now have a plan to manage our rainwater better so we can stop our soil's nutrients being washed away.
So we have to make sure that we have a regenerative approach. So rather than degrading that soil and taking, you're setting it up so it can be almost self-replenishing with your support and help to keep producing these good, nutritious yields indefinitely.
It's simple, really. The more we can do to look after the health of our land, the more able it will be to look after us, now and hopefully for generations to come.
So there's really three things I need to get onto: the soil, the water and the blackberries. I've got a plan for the blackberries. It might make it easier, and then I'll worry about the nutrients in the soil and after that fix the water.
So it's just another day on the farm. One man, me, taking on the forces of nature. Nothing to worry about, right? My name is Matthew Evans. After years as a big city food critic, I bought a farm in Tasmania to better understand what I eat by growing it myself. I built a restaurant right at the top of the farm, but now I want to get a better understanding of what I eats. This means starting from the ground up to improve the health of our soil, our farm, and our food for generations to come. From foodie to farmer to chef to rehabilitator of the land. How hard can it be? Autumn's a very beautiful and busy season for the farm, with lots of work harvesting. But with the thousands of blackberry bushes taking hold of our paddocks, I really need to tackle the problem head on today. One of our friends, Jilly, is a blueberry farmer that lives just up the road, and she may have the solution to our blackberry issues: goats.
I guess what we're interested in is trying to control blackberries, which are just taking over.
So is it spread over your farm or is it in specific
Everywhere.
patches?
It's all along the fence line, so it's creeping back into the paddocks.
Okay.
And we really don't want to use, chemical sprays at this stage.
They turn into a big problem pretty quickly, don't they?
Blackberries were introduced to Tassie over 200 years ago, but today they're seen as a nuisance weed because of the way they compete for the soil's nutrients. So Sadie wanted me to get some goats onto the problem, but I've heard that goats are pretty high maintenance eaters. But if Jilly reckons they have a sweet tooth for blackberry bushes, then it could be the go.
So you can see these guys over here are eating blackberries and they're picking the last of the leaves off these plants, which they've had a pretty good go at already. They don't let them seed, they'll eat all the fruit.
I thought we'd have to look at getting goats, maybe, slash and then put something on that are going to eat the young leaves.
Yep.
But they seem to eat old leaves any time of year.
Yep. Blackberry leaves are actually a bit of a herb for goats. They're high in tannin and they're high in other nutrient, which helps them with their parasite burden.
Right.
So it's actually really good for them, and we've almost got to the stage where we don't mind having the blackberries in the paddocks because it creates good food over a longer season than what we've got some of the other fodder for them.
Wow, this sounds too good to be true. Not only are the goats going to be good for the blackberries, but the blackberries are going to be good for the goats.
If we were to get into goats, what would we need to know?
They need to be on enough food that they just stay a healthy, happy animal. They can be a bit more prone to parasites than some other farm animals, so you need to keep an eye on that. They need good shelter, they need good fences, they need their feet to be trimmed a couple of times a year.
Well, they sound pretty good.
Yeah.
So far, so good. But I'm sure that innocent Tassie smile on Jilly's face is hiding something. I wonder if there are any downsides.
If you don't mind them getting into your garden every now and again.
I definitely don't want them in the garden. Nadia would kill me if they got into the garden.
She would, yeah.
That's for sure. They've done a pretty good job here, but if they're so good, why are you getting rid of them?
Well, they do take quite a bit of work to maintain, to keep a healthy, happy herd. I need a lower maintenance solution to my weed problems. I'm going to go for machines next time.
Maybe I should have gone with a machine before promising Sadie these goats. But I'm sure Sadie will be a lot happier with a herd of these guys round the place than a herd of lawnmowers. But when it comes to grass maintenance, you can't beat our cows. And autumn and spring are the best times to make butter because grass is green and abundant. The yellow colour in butter comes from the beta-carotene in the grass. The greener the grass, the richer the butter.
This is kefir, so they're little granules that ferment. You can get ones that can live on sugar and water. This is a milk kefir. So they're little balls, or little grains they call them. They're bacteria and yeast combinations, and they actually ferment the milk. I want to use them to culture some cream to make a cultured butter. Never done it before. Anyway, I just need to drain this off.
These granules are actually quite easy to find in local health shops or even online.
So a lot of people make like a milk kefir as a probiotic, as a drink. They like the flavour. I don't really love the flavour. But this is going into cream to make a cultured cream. So if you add those little granules to cream, it creates like a sour cream, a creme fraiche, which is too thick, and you can't get the little grains out again. So what I've done, put them in the bag so I can fish them out again, but they're not really tight in the bag so the cream can get all around. I'm going to pop that into my jar. This is just a jar of cream from our cows. Now, I'm just popping a lid on there just loosely. That's just to stop anything landing in there. This then sits on the bench overnight. About 24 hours should be enough. And the whole lot of cream cultures the bacteria, the yeast, the good bacteria, the good yeast that exist in those little grains are going to multiply and send all of this cream a little bit sour. So when you whip it into butter, you get cultured butter. So it's less waxy, it's got more flavour. It's a really lovely butter compared to just whipping normal cream to make butter. All right, see you tomorrow.
Butter is one thing, but the fermenting process is also a great way of preventing food waste when the garden is producing so many veggies in autumn.
This is a real surplus. It's the season.
And because we've had such a bumper crop this year, Sadie didn't want to waste our glut of excess tomatoes. So while up in Hobart, she dropped in on Adam James, one of Tassie's most talented fermenters, to see if he'd be up for a trade.
Hey, how are you?
He's renowned for the wild vegetable ferments that he sells to restaurants around town. Adam has a glut of his own.
How's it been?
So Sadie is hoping to make a deal for some miso that I need for the kitchen.
Wow! Look at your tomatillos.
Tomatillo day.
Holy
yeah, just
moly.
picked these up off Paulette, actually.
These are beautiful.
25 kilos. Just going to do a bit of a hot sauce with, yeah, some ricottos.
Is that what those are called?
Yeah, so these are super hot.
Oh, cool. So you're going to put the tomatillos, the chilli, the salt, and then ferment that?
I'll ferment that, but I'll probably just process them into more of a paste form.
Oh, okay.
And then just leave them in the crocks like that.
And it's kind of more of a pasty.
Exactly. Yeah, just to do their thing. So yeah, it'll end up being like a thick hot sauce.
Oh, wow.
And so you might hit it with some coriander root or something towards the end. And
afterwards, you're not going to ferment the coriander as in later, because otherwise you'd lose that.
Exactly, and it can just more of an aesthetic thing. The colour can kind of brown it all a little. So I like to hit that at the very end, and it keeps its freshness. Yeah.
What else are you doing? What have you got going out on those crocs?
You want to look at the big guys?
I want to look at the big crocs.
All right.
Adam discovered fermentation in 2013 after he tasted some fermented miso paste on a trip to Japan. And since then, he's been fermenting whatever he can get his hands on.
I got 77 kilos of green tomatoes delivered last week.
Kilos.
Yeah, which was really exciting. So
is that just green tomatoes and plus just a little and the starter?
And just gooseberry boshy to kind of start that off.
Get it going.
I'm kind of going to see how it develops, and then I think probably a couple of months down the track I'll decide where it's going to go and what it needs. Like ultimately with what I'm doing, you know, there's never a recipe and everything. Nothing's ever going to be replicated. Check this guy out. This is ricotta, so they're the same chilies, but we've got about 100 litres there. And I've just hit that recently with a whole bunch of turnips and heirloom squash.
That's what I can smell is the turnip.
Yeah, so it really adds a beautiful depth of flavour by adding vegetables. Like I'd never use any fillers like, you know, vinegars or sugar or, you know, people use xanthan gum and all these kind of, you know, additives. So for me, it's always straight vegetables, sometimes a little bit of filtered water, but generally it's just the vegetables themselves and then thyme.
And that's pureed. What about salt? Is there salt in there?
Definitely salt, but I do it by taste. Like I'm not one for sitting there and weighing and measuring. I kind of like to do things instinctively and generally it kind of works out all right.
Kind of works out okay.
Yeah.
Lots of chili sauces are fermented in one way or another. For instance, Tabasco and Sriracha are fermented to get their unique depth of flavour, as well as preserving them.
What can I do to butter? What are you hoping for?
Have you got any more miso, like that really beautiful plain miso?
The genmai, so
The
like
genmai?
the soybean-based one, the traditional one?
Just the traditional one?
Yeah, totally.
And then I tasted one of your ferments a friend had that had turnip tops in it, I think.
The turnip, yeah, with so it's turnip top with fresh turmeric and
yeah, that sounds
spring garlic.
Yeah, that sounds like it.
It's almost like
quite...
kind of curry pasty.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
That
Big tub of each of those?
Yes, please.
Unreal.
Yes, please.
Now that's what I call a classic Tassie business transaction. Fresh tomatoes for the best miso you'll ever eat. With autumn comes new pigs, and one of my sows of Evita is almost ready to give birth.
Hello, darling. I haven't got any food for you. It's okay. You're a bit nervous. I know. So Evita's a first-time mum, and she's just built a nest inside her shelter, so gone around and gathered lots of long grass and built quite a big nest. She probably doesn't know what's going on, but she's got this overwhelming instinct to build things, you know, this area that's going to be safe for her babies. She'll probably give birth in the next 24, 36 hours, I'd imagine, but you can see she's more up for a scratch right now than giving birth. Hey, leave you to it.
Fridays on the farm mean that the kitchen is getting ready for our lunch service. The cream has been fermenting overnight and should now have a great flavour and be ready to turn into butter.
This is the cream that we cultured yesterday with that kefir grains. So it's gone like a sour cream, not as thick as I thought it might be. Whoa. This is the bag full of grains. You can see how it's grown. They've grown a little bit, but then there's also a lot of cream in there now. And I'm going to tip that cream into my butter churn, so it's cultured. So it's a little bit chunky. It's the sort of thing like milking a cow, you can't rush it.
As a food, butter's origins go back about 10,000 years to the time when our ancestors first began domesticating animals. Ancient tribes of Asiatic India would also burn it in lamps as a source of light, and even smear it on their skin to protect from the cold.
What we're trying to do with this is turn cream into butter, so we're trying to get rid of the liquid part. The liquid part is called buttermilk, strangely.
It's such a simple pleasure to make your own butter, and once the curds have separated from the whey, it's pretty much ready.
The washing process is really complicated in a factory, probably. But what we do, we take water and we put it over that unformed butter, the stuff that looks like ricotta, and that'll wash out a whole bunch more buttermilk. You're only washing it because the buttermilk's going to go off. So if I want to keep the butter for any more than 2-3 days, I need to wash it a bit.
The more buttermilk you remove, the longer it should last, but it never lasts long when there's fresh bread around.
That liquid's a lot more clear. Now, I've got rid of most of the moisture, a tiny bit left. That won't matter. Now's when I add my salt. You have the butter, you get the occasional crunch and sparkle of salt through the butter. Right, so these paddles are used to press out that buttermilk, but you can also use it to shape the butter. So you can see there's a little bit of moisture in there. That's absolutely fine for us. But if you're going to keep it for weeks and weeks, you wouldn't want any moisture at all. All right, here's a block of beautiful homemade butter, which we'll use at lunch today.
Yep. Come on.
The end of autumn is a great time for us to plan what we're going to plant in spring. Australia has been farmed using European principles for the last 200 years in a way that's completely degraded the soil. But the First Nations people managed the land sustainably for tens of thousands of years. So the question is there a way for me to reverse 200 years of soil degradation using edible native plants while still feeding my family and servicing the restaurant? To get a bit of an insight, I'm off to visit local Indigenous expert Chris Schaefer, who's something of a guru when it comes to establishing edible native gardens.
G'day, Chris. Thanks for doing this.
Pleasure.
Now, this is your garden. Is this a garden or is this a forest?
Both.
Both.
All of the above.
Yeah, right. Joe and I have been talking for a long time about doing edible natives in a garden just outside our building. Is there stuff here you can show me?
Yes, we've got Kunzia.
Yeah? Do you want to show me that?
Kunzia ambigua. Yeah.
This is it here?
We can harvest it straight away.
Yeah, right.
It's got a really distinctive flavour and it's good for arthritis.
Wow, that bit was almost peppery. It's got citrus notes, it's got savoury notes. It'd be fantastic with in a salami or with, over the open side of a prosciutto or something like that.
Yes, perfect.
Wow, that's delicious. There we go. Can I keep that?
You may.
This farm is completely different from any I've ever seen. I haven't spotted a recognisable paddock or fence of any kind. I've already got an idea of how I could use Kunzia in the kitchen, and it's only the first plant I've looked at. Chris has 4 acres of garden with countless edible varieties, so it's going to be really hard to make a choice. I wonder if this is something I could do on Fat Pig Farm, a wildlife wonderland of edible native plants.
Everywhere I look, there's something in a pot.
Yeah.
Whoa, what are they?
Tasmania lanceolata, bush pepper.
Are there different varieties?
There are different forms, yes. They can grow right from sea level up to subalpine. So we've got small leaf alpine forms and then the larger, this is the more common form.
How long from if I put a plant in to when I might get seed?
Sometimes we can have them flowering in their first year in the pots.
Right. Give me some culinary uses that you might.
Native pepper ice cream.
Yeah, right. We've got a little ice cream machine, but I'll give it a crack. It's good. It's really good.
Pepperberry ice cream's something I've always wanted to try and would be great on our summer menu in the restaurant. I wonder what else is here.
Oh, this is like a nursery. What are all these things?
We've got our small leaf pig face. It's another one of our edible but medicinal plants as well.
Right.
We've got other...
That's gorgeous.
Native violets, so edible flowers.
Perfect. I like that sort of stuff. Beautiful in the garden, good in a salad.
Yep.
How are these going to work in terms of soil structure, soil health?
Every plant has got that quality of sort of giving back to the soil. It's bringing all of those microbes, those mycorrhizals.
Healing the soil while growing perennial things for the kitchen,
yeah.
Which is actually, that's ticking 2 boxes straight away.
Yeah.
And autumn's kicked off, so we should start getting stuff in soon.
That's right, yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, I better go and prepare the ground.
Off you go. Dig those holes.
Oh, real? It's so good to see Chris's garden. I guess when I see things in pots in a garden centre or here, I think of the potential, but seeing how her gardens come up, and that shows me the potentials for our edible native garden. It's not just an idea, it's soon going to become reality.
In a former life, Fat Pig Farm was used as an apple orchard, but those farming practices were pretty harsh on the soil. So to nourish our earth, we want to plant a native garden right here outside the restaurant with fresh, truly local flavours on tap for the kitchen.
It's the stuff I got from Chris's garden, and I'm pretty keen to try out this Kunzia. I had an idea for how that sort of citrusy, savoury note might go really well in a dish. What I want to do is use these Japanese turnips. They're a Hakurei turnip. It's called a turnip. It's not like those, European ones that you might have had that are bitter and strong. Sometimes these Japanese turnips aren't quite as crisp, and you can actually poach them, but these ones are sweet and crunchy, which I think will go really nicely for this time of year. Miso is a fermented rice paste can have soybeans in and all sorts of stuff. This one's quite pungent. It's really just rice and vegetables fermented with salts, probably for a year at least, I'd say. That's really good. So I'm just going to tip them into a dish. Just finely sliced radish. This is adding pepperiness, which I really like. Now, this stuff. I reckon I've got snagged on this one. I've been bushwalking 1,000 times and didn't know it was edible, or maybe I've just got snagged on other things that look like this. It doesn't look like the most interesting bush in the world, but I've got to say that flavour.
Kunzia is used like a herb and has similar qualities to rosemary.
And then some salt. The salt it acts like sandpaper. It actually helps it grind in a mortar. Right, and then we just pound it. Smells like the Australian bush. One of them, anyway. It's broken down really quickly, much quicker than I thought it would. I guess it's a reasonably firm herb, so there's not a lot of moisture in there. And this lovely green powder. Wow. Now, to finish my dish, a sprinkle of this kunzia. Remarkably elegant and pretty thing, which I don't normally do, but there you go.
Planting a garden of native edibles like kunzia will bring a whole new palette of flavours to the restaurant and actually nourish our soils at the same time. I think that's a pretty elegant method of land management. And every bit as sophisticated will be how our new goats will manage our blackberry infestation. And now that I'm committed, there are a few things I need to get done before they arrive.
So goats are due tomorrow. These are the blackberries that I want them to eat. But with the weather closing in, it's getting colder. I need to set up a shelter for them. I reckon I might use that shed there.
Our farmhand Phil has already got a start on the shed. So between the two of us, I'm sure we can come up with a plush hotel for our goats.
You think we might be tempting fate a bit, Matthew?
What's that?
With the goats over there and the hay over here.
Yeah, could a bit. It worries me, but I can't get this hay to anywhere else.
We need somewhere warm for the goats to protect themselves, but the only place that I have is the hay shed. I hope they really love blackberries, because if they get into my hay, there's going to be trouble. We're pulling out all the stops on this 5-star accommodation, not one expense spared.
You ever had goats?
No.
What you know about them, do you reckon they can climb?
Definitely.
So the pallet they'd climb, and this, well, they just go straight through that.
I'd say so, yep.
If you like having possums, do you reckon if we put metal?
It should stop them.
The first bit? All right, I don't want you to fix it too. I mean, this bit's okay. This bit's easy. Seriously, are they going to jump up here? We're not buying mountain goats.
No, that's right.
They're undoing. So the only thing they want to do is rub against it. They can't climb. Pretty tough. I can reach at least 6 hay bales. Very good.
Should do the job.
Yeah. So that's the shelter. So rather than build a whole new shelter, because the winds here are phenomenal, I'd have to probably concrete it into the ground, use this one. So I've got hay ready to feed them. I'll move these pallets out of the way. They can use the old hay for bedding. It's lovely and sheltered in here, and then they've got this absolute smorgasbord of blackberries to eat right outside their front door.
We're only halfway through autumn, but I feel like things are starting to come together. We've got goats on the way, the soil tests are in, so fingers crossed, our master plan for fixing up the farm might even work.
There we go. Come and have a look at this. Even better. This is our garden, so it's 2 acres.
So the blackwoods will actually give nitrogen to the soil.
It's the end of autumn on Fat Pig Farm. The first dusting of snow has fallen on the Harts Mountains, and our superabundant autumn harvests are starting to dwindle. As our crop growth winds down, it's prime time to tackle our blackberry problem. They may be sweet, but in reality, they're an introduced weed. And if they get a hold of your land, they compete for soil nutrients and can play havoc with native plants. Our options are simple. We can slash and burn and use chemical sprays, or set these guys loose on them.
Blackberry leaves are actually a bit of a herb for goats. They're high in tannin and they're high in other nutrient which helps them with their parasite burden.
Right. If we were to get into goats, what would we need to know?
They need good shelter, they need good fences.
Pretty tough. I can reach at least 6 hay bales. The goat shelter's built. Just need to pick them up before the real rain sets in. My name is Matthew Evans. After years as a big city food critic, I bought a farm in Tasmania to better understand what I eat by growing it myself. I built a restaurant right at the top of the farm, but now I want to get a better understanding of what I eats. This means starting from the ground up to improve the health of our soil, our farm, and our food for generations to come. From foodie to farmer to chef to rehabilitator of the land, how hard can it be? One of our friends, Jilly, is selling us some of her goats that she's conditioned specifically to eat blackberries. I hope she's also conditioned them to getting into trailers.
Yep.
All right, are they going to jump out of there? I did bring a tarp for the top,
I don't think they're going to jump out of there.
but because it's as
It
high
might
as
be
it,
nice to put a tarp over the front
so they don't get so bashed by the
so
breeze.
there's a bit
or-
less wind and
Yeah.
a bit less stress when they're travelling.
Yeah, sure.
And they can't get out of this paddock. If they escape from the yards, they'll still be in the paddock.
They'll still be in the paddock,
Yeah.
which is only like 3 acres. We've got to chase them around.
That's fine.
Easily done. Right. This is foolproof. A bread crate and a milk crate. It's like
Fort Knox.
Alcatraz. Well, no, they escaped from Alcatraz.
All right, my darlings. That's the way. Up you hop, up you hop, up you hop, up you hop. That's the way. That's the way. That's the way. All right. You want to grab your tailgate?
I had
Why'd you make it so easy?
so little faith that that was going to happen so easily. Beautiful. All right. Okay, well,
Who's
wish
he?
me luck. I think Jilly's probably going to sleep a bit better now the goats are gone from her place. There was a lot of work, and what I'm worried about is I'm not going to sleep as well because I've now got 11 goats that are my responsibility and I've never had goats before. They're a weird animal. Like you hear about feral goats and, you know, they're taking over all sorts of places around Australia, and yet when you have them on your farm, you've got to trim their feet, you've got to give them mineral supplements. We've had friends with, lots of worm issues with goats. It's like they're super fragile as soon as you farm them and super resilient if they go wild. And I'm farming them now.
Now the goats are home on Fat Pig Farm, there's a little bit of maintenance to do before we let them loose. This is Kelly. She works in our kitchen and she's been known to give a great goat pedicure. Should we do it in there?
Yeah,
or?
let's do it in. Well, we can do. We might get knocked about a bit by the others, but yeah. If they're moving, don't let go.
That's the trick?
Just hang on. You'll be right.
Okay. You still got your dancer's legs? Can you get up in high trailer?
I'll try.
In the wild, goats keep their hooves short by walking on rocks. There's not many of those on our farm, which means that every 3 months we'll have to give them a trim.
You're okay. While I'm here, I also just check, if there's any obvious odour. You'll know if a foot's infected.
Oh, okay.
Or, yeah. These ones are a little bit overgrown. I don't know if you can see, Matthew.
Yeah.
So, like that hole.
That bit has to come off.
It can come off.
Right. Well, it grows just like our toenails do, is it?
Pretty much. And you don't be afraid to take some of the soft part off at the heel.
Really?
Yeah.
Looks like it's going to hurt.
Yeah. you'll know they'll flinch. Good girl.
As far as goat pedicures go, things are going pretty smoothly. Of course, up till now, Kelly has been the one driving the clippers.
Your turn.
You ready?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll give it a go. Okay, so...
Bend up the...
Take that off?
Yeah,
All that?
all that.
Oh, wow.
And that little bit at the back, yep.
That bit there?
Yep.
Look at that.
That's a good effort to start with.
Good
well
effort
done.
to start with?
Yeah.
Okay. God. I'm glad you were here.
Job done. Well, that's very good. Oh, yeah.
Right. Thank you.
Pleasure.
So, book you in for 3 months?
Yeah, for sure. You know where I work?
I do, actually.
I'm told that compared to other livestock, goats have a reputation for being difficult to contain without the right kind of fencing. But when it comes to battling blackberry infestations, they're apparently geniuses at cleaning up areas that are hard to get at. Let's hope this mob live up to the hype.
There you are, new home. Good. Oh, off you go. There we go. There we go. Couldn't be much better than that. They're checking out the shelter already. Come and have a look at this. Even better. That's it. Stop now. Stop now. You're in them. Yes. Yes, first blackberry leaves eaten. Woohoo! Go, my little ones. Go, my good things. Oh, yeah. One down, 4,000 to go. Wow, 40,000.
With the goats starting in on the huge job of cleaning up the farm's paddocks, I can get back to work cleaning up our garden. And seeing as it's now the end of autumn, there's one veggie I've been waiting to pick for months.
These are the Brussels sprout plants. They've been in the ground for about 5 months. We have to put them in sort of before the height of summer, even though they're kind of a winter crop. These ones have gone really well. See, they've got this big head here, and then the Brussels sprouts, they're like I love them, they're so amazing. They're in here, tucked in, just above each leaf. So I picked them from the bottom. So that's a nice firm head. These little grey bits, that's aphids. If you haven't got aphids, it means you probably use some chemical to kill them. So we have to get rid of them when we cook them, but there's usually a few left in there. But what I've discovered, grow things organically. They've got the insects on, but if you don't kill them, someone else already has.
Aphids are tiny, sap-sucking insects that love attacking my plants. They're the arch rival of the lady beetle, and that's why I really like to see lady beetles in our garden.
These Brussels sprouts are looking absolutely glorious. I was actually going to cook them straight away, see how they are straight from the garden, in the garden. Rightio, so while that gets hot, I'll just clean up the Brussels. So you can actually just peel those outside leaves off, and that gets rid of a few of the aphids. But as you go under, you actually find the first couple of layers you end up with more. So I have to trim them. If I was in the kitchen at home, I'd soak them in water and actually wash a lot of those out. So, get my pan warming up, and a bit of pork fat in there. Now, I grew up with Brussels sprouts, and my mum's a great cook. Hey, Mum. But one of the things she wasn't great with growing up was Brussels sprouts, I have to say. I didn't love them until I was in my 20s, and I discovered duck fat and pork fat to cook them in. This cut side, sit that in the pan and brown that. And I reckon when you brown these kind of things, even if you take cabbage and brown cabbage, you actually get a nicer flavour. Get that lid on.
While traditionally they've always been the sworn enemy of veggie-phobic kids around the world, the secret to getting them eaten at the dinner table is how you cook them.
And I was thinking Brussels sprouts cooked in pork fat, wouldn't it be better with 18-month-old prosciutto, which probably most things are? Why not?
And once kids get a nose full of this golden fried goodness, I'm sure that the great sprout drought will finally be broken. Transforming a farm like ours from 200 years of old-fashioned, wasteful agriculture into a well-thought-out and sustainable property based on regenerative agriculture means that we need to do whatever we can to manage our water when it rains and plant the kind of vegetation that literally feeds the ground the nutrients it needs. So part of our plan is to put in a native garden around the restaurant. And today, Chris Schaefer, an Indigenous plant expert I met a few weeks ago, has brought in a troupe of local school kids for a hands-on lesson in sustainability.
We're gathering on the land of the Aboriginal people of this island of Troina, and in our work today and fun, we're honouring those that have lived sustainably here. We thank Sadie and Matthew for making available this land for us to continue learning culture.
So this is our garden, so it's 2 acres, but we also grow things from seed or from seedling. So we propagate them, so that's where you're actually growing stuff and trying to get roots on it so you can plant it out. This is our propagation house, we call it the nursery.
So the blackwoods will actually give nitrogen to the soil. They've got little nitrogen nodules on them, so they'll be helping the soil.
This, of course, is the hands-on part of the day. Handy workers, this mob.
We've got the bush mint, which we've just done some propagating of that one. And what I'm going to do is put the native pepper, mountain pepper, over there.
Some of this right now.
You can try it, but where's the glass of water for you?
You'd have to be brave to eat a whole pepperberry, but that's not going to stop this young gun.
That is real hot.
Yep. The way to cool it down is to eat a second leaf.
If all goes well, in years to come, the garden will be full of hardy native edibles, a big win for our soil and our kitchen. Winter is only a few weeks away, and in Tassie, that always means heavy rain. So Sadie and I need to get started on how to set up the farm properly to manage our water flow. After getting some advice from Hannah, a permaculture expert, the plan is to dig a series of shallow water channels, known as swales, across this hillside to stop the paddocks below getting too boggy and to guide the water into areas that are too dry.
So I thought we'd build a swale that goes out and drains out of this gully and drains out, I guess, over near that bathtub over there.
Okay.
To make this work, the swales have to be dug at a precise angle for water flow. So we've borrowed a laser level that will help Sadie and I get the slope right.
Ooh.
So now what we're going to do is find the contour line. So you're going to take this. This is now in the right spot for that thing to read it.
Yep.
So if you bring it over here.
Do we need to put a post in there, though, so we know exactly where I was? And then we just have to drop 25 centimetres every 10 metres.
Yep.
To have a slight fall so the water doesn't bank up in it. It actually runs out the bottom end.
Yep.
All right. So I should pace out 10 metres. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, somewhere here. There we go.
Perfect.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Is that going to be close enough for Mr. Digger?
Yeah, because if you imagine, he's got a great big digger, and then you just wanted it to go.
And then you can just spoon it out to there or whatever. Yep, great. 19 to go.
We don't have enough stakes.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Good work.
Now for the digging, and as much as I'd love to see the shocked faces on all those school kids when I briefed them on the job, it's probably something best suited to Mal and his excavator.
When we first called Mal to come and do the job, digging the swales, he couldn't come for a few weeks. And actually, it's probably the last week that we'll have a chance to do this. Once it gets wet through here, the problem we're trying to fix, but partly fix, you can't drive through here. You can't dig the soil. You can't even, drive your ute up through this part of the paddocks. So thank God it's being done now. Otherwise, I have to wait till summer.
swales have to be at such an angle that the water slowly runs out of them. Too much and will create a river that will cause erosion. Too little and it'll form bogs again.
This has only taken a morning. Amazing what a litre of diesel can do.
And just to prove that in farming, timing is everything. Even as we dug, the rains were gathering to put our work to the test. At the end of autumn, the sun sits a little lower in the sky and the rains become more frequent as they set in over the winter. The garden is full of leafy greens, but at this time of year, I'm keen to harvest the mushrooms that push up from the ground after the rain.
So, one of the things I know about mushrooms is what I don't know. Mushrooms that I don't recognise, that I don't know the name of, unless I'm absolutely certain, then I'm not picking them and I'm definitely not eating them.
It's important to never eat a wild mushroom if you don't know what it is, because eating the wrong kind of mushroom can be deadly.
And here's one. And this mushroom I'm going to pick, partly because I can see what it's growing near, and it's growing near nothing. It's growing in the middle of a paddock, and it looks like a field mushroom. So these can only be mistaken for one or two other types. It's probably a field mushroom, could be a horse mushroom, both edible. So I picked this one because the gills are quite pale, so I know it's young and sweet, which generally means it's going to be a good mushroom.
Mushrooms are the fruiting part of a fungus, and they grow in all sorts of environments, from open paddocks and pine forests to creek beds like this one.
That one looks actually all right. So the gill's gone really dark. That just means it's mature, but it's not spongy. And there's a little bit of insect damage in the top, but actually feels fairly firm, not waterlogged. I might take that, give that a go. Whoa. Love the smell of mushrooms.
Mushrooms are great when they're fresh, but if you really want to get the most out of what you've picked, when you dry them, their meaty flavours become really concentrated. First though, it's important to clean them properly.
Rightio. So these are the mushrooms I just picked. The only thing that you could be mistaken for these mushrooms is a thing called a yellow stainer. So, there's no obvious yellow staining. This one's got a slight colour on it. Yellow stainers actually smell really bad when you cook them, or you can put them in a bag, a plastic bag, for 15 minutes and actually inhale the smell. And if it smells awful, it's one of the few mushrooms that actually tells you by smelling awful it's not going to be nice. Anyway, these ones are going to need a bit of a clean up. And you never wash them. Normally you give it a bit of a dust, pull these little bits off. If you dip this mushroom into water to wash it, you get rid of a whole bunch of grit and you'd ruin the mushroom. It would start to degrade really quickly and be pretty awful. So autumn's the mushroom season, but these horse mushrooms you can actually get quite a bit in spring. We find them in late spring. They go right in the middle of the paddocks. I reckon we should dry these. They're just a little bit far gone, but I reckon they'll be really nice dried. So I cut fat wedges, because by the time they dehydrate, they end up very thin and meagre. You can actually dehydrate them in like a dehydrator that you buy in a shop, but I've got this wood oven that's cooling, so I might as well just put them in there and they can just dehydrate slowly over the next few hours. The horse mushrooms don't taste as good as your normal field mushrooms. And so what happens if you dehydrate them, you actually condense the flavour, you intensify the flavour. So when you go to use them, they taste brilliant. Rightio, they can go in the oven till they're dehydrated.
This can be done in any normal oven at about 120 degrees for 3 hours. Or better yet, a pizza oven. While the horse mushrooms are drying, I've got a few Japanese mushrooms growing in the garden as well.
This is amazing. These are shiitake logs from at least 2, maybe 3 years ago.
Got some shiitake logs just here. Got a couple.
A few years ago, we visited mushroom guru Will Borowski to learn how to grow the Japanese shiitake.
Some mushrooms just grow in dirt.
Yep.
Can you grow these in?
No, these ones need wood. So most of the ones I grow are wood lovers. These are heaps easier to grow because you don't have to make a special compost. It's just wood.
Look at this. A couple of mushrooms ready to go. Oh, get them before the slaters do.
Shiitake mushrooms have a meaty texture and cooking brings out their earthy, smoky flavour. I want to try something a little different with these mushrooms, and I've set up the wok burner on the deck for some lunch.
Well, these mushrooms, the shiitake that I got off the log, and then these are the little dried mushrooms. They've come up really well. Wouldn't mind making a little bean dish. So, these smell so good. So I'm going to just pop them in a little bit of water. So I want to do a stir fry. I'm going to make it quite garlicky. And then I've got these lovely beans. These are scarlet runner beans. They grow really well in this climate. Then I'm just going to stir fry the beans with a tiny bit of pork. Sounds like the rain started. So these shiitakes look pretty good, fairly clean because they've been growing on logs, not in the dirt. Might just cut them into quarters. So I want my wok to be smoking, to be hot. I have this thing, when I was travelling around China, they used to talk about wok chi or wok hei, which means the breath of the wok, which is that sort of really hot flavour that you get in the dish. So oil goes into a hot wok. Beans go in. Between the sizzle of the wok and the sound of the rain on the roof, it's quite a noisy job. I'm going to put some of the pork in. Ooh. In go the mushrooms, which I might add the wet ones first. In go the shiitakes. Just going to add a touch of oyster sauce. And then the mushroom liquid. Okay, then right at the end, in goes the garlic. And a tiny bit of black vinegar. Right, and adding that garlic right at the end, that's a Chinese technique.
Having a really hot wok is key to a good stir fry. So if you add your garlic last, you won't burn it, and it gives the finished dish more punch.
There we go. Something to eat while the rain clears. I don't know what happens when you dry mushrooms, but it changes the flavour. Dry them, rehydrate them, it's not the same as the original fresh mushroom. Better.
Before this land was cleared of native trees for farming, this hillside wouldn't have needed any man-made watercourses. The trees would have stopped any serious soil erosion themselves.
The swales are all finished and they're doing their job. You can actually see it, it's got water in it. They catch water that runs down the hill and they take it along, and it's you know, I was out here with the spirit level, you know, making sure it was dropping. Obviously I did a rubbish job here because it's pooling a little bit, but when that was running in the heavy rains, it runs all the way out, down and around. So what we're doing, we're using the water far better and slowing it down in the landscape rather than getting it out of here as fast as possible and creating erosion. Now they're here, I'm thinking, this is stuff that will exist long past my lifetime, probably my son's and our grandchildren's lifetime. The fact that if this works, if we slow the water down and we grow more stuff on this piece of land using this system, no one's going to change this. This will exist for 100, 200, 300 years. They might even put more of them in. And so how often do you have to move them around?
We try and move the chooks about once a week.
Oh my God.
That's
good. Yeah, fantastic. Anyway, you won't need this one.
With the vivid blooms of autumn now faded from Fat Pig Farm, winter has set in as Tassie becomes a land of single-digit temperatures, triple-digit rainfalls and chilled-out misty mornings. Of course, when you've got a restaurant to run and a farm to tend, our mornings tend to get busy, fast.
Come on.
He should be hungry. I haven't fed him. Like these pigs, you could feed them all day and they'd still go at that trough.
I know.
Between grazing our paddocks and powering through all our food waste from the kitchen, keeping this lot in food is a constant challenge, so I'm always on the lookout for free pig feed. And it just so happens that in winter, the giant English oak at the local school drops something that's supposed to produce incredible tasting pork.
So I've always wanted to finish my pigs on acorns. They do it in parts of Europe, and found this beautiful big old oak tree near Cygnet. Gonna load up some sacks with acorns, finish my pigs on them, see if it tastes any better. I could just take all of this, leaves and all, and feed it to the pigs and they'd find the acorns, but I'm slightly worried that there's some poisonous mushrooms in here, so I'm picking out the acorns. Once when I was in Spain, I was eating this amazing ham, and apparently it was all due to the acorns. It makes the fat of the hamon taste fragrant, sweet, melting like butter. The only difference is they actually get the pigs to do the foraging for them. They put their pigs into these old oak forests. Seems sensible right now. There we go. A very full bag of acorns. Fatten a pig, see if it makes any difference.
My name is Matthew Evans. After years as a big city food critic, I bought a farm in Tasmania to better understand what I eat by growing it myself. I built a restaurant right at the top of the farm, but now I want to get a better understanding of what I eats. This means starting from the ground up to improve the health of our soil, our farm, and our food for generations to come. From foodie to farmer to chef to rehabilitator of the land, how hard can it be? I think the true beauty of living in Tassie and farming this land to provide for our restaurant is that we get to share the fruits of our labours with other people every single week. It makes all the hard work worth it.
There we are. There we are, we're in. And you can also see the horizons.
And during winter, we host a hands-on sausage making and cured meat workshop for guests who want to understand how we raise and cure our own pork.
So I've been in Spain where they have the acorn-fed pigs producing the incredible Spanish ham, jamón, and they get an inch of white mould on the outside, and they're really proud of it. They reckon the roots of those moulds are going right into the ham and producing the incredible fragrance. You want to get some white mould? Take a brie or a camembert and just rub it on a little bit of the fat, and you can kick off that process.
Guest speaker today, James Mellet from the Meat Room, is a master of traditional Italian sausage techniques.
So just getting those spices through, getting the mix through, and getting the proteins to work so they bind without the use of binders.
When we run these classes, our philosophy is not to waste any part of our animals, so the highlight of the workshop is always what we eat afterwards.
These are just the bones from the pig. And the idea is this old Italian tradition, you boil the bones up while you're making the salami and the prosciutto, and then you can just take these bits off. Oh yeah, they're falling off. Very complex broth, salt, water. And I think we put a bay leaf in there. So it's just the pure taste of pork. It's just delicious. Can't wait to try it a bit later. Wow. Looks pretty grim though. So this is a beautiful dish inspired by the old people of Italy. Boiled bones, and you just find the nice bits of meat off there, have it with your salsa verde.
Lunches like this are the end result of all our efforts to grow our meat and vegetables as naturally as possible.
And then to James, thank you. Amazing. A couple of days.
Thank you.
But nothing would get from our paddocks to these plates without good soil. And after having our soil fertility tested some time ago, the results are finally in.
Hey Garth, it's Matthew from Fat Pig. I'm just ringing about those soil tests.
So, yeah, interesting. So the third paddock, which is that south-facing paddock you said, that's probably the least fertile of the lot. Got really low phosphorus, low pH.
So quite acidic?
Yeah, quite acidic. So that just won't be as naturally productive as the other ones.
No worries. All right, well, we can keep an eye on that over the next few years.
Yeah, and otherwise everything else looks kind of as you'd expect for a sort of untreated paddock.
All right, thanks for that, Garth. Cheers, boy. Oh, that's heartening. Gardens, you know, what you'd expect a garden to be doing, heaps of organic matter, doing really well, a little bit high in sodium, and which maybe comes from the water, but the thing that we didn't know about, we've never tested before, are the paddocks, and finding out that they actually are, like we'd expect. The one he said was low fertility is the one that doesn't really grow a lot of grass. The other ones are doing pretty well. So maybe if we moved our pigs around, maybe we could be getting, increasing the phosphorus levels in those paddocks while resting the pig paddocks. Project for another day, maybe.
In general, we've kept our mob of Wessex saddleback pigs in the same few paddocks through the year, and they have a pretty good life. But the reality is, we raise them to be enjoyed at the table. And because of the restaurant, we send about 5 pigs a month to the abattoir. The one thing we're never short of is fresh pork. So Sunday night is always rib night for the family.
Yeah, I've got the fire lit. When it's hot, I actually want to cook some ribs long and slow. We end up with a lot of pork ribs. We have a lot of bacon, we have a lot of ham, but out of the bacon you always end up with these ribs, so I've got a freezer full of them and I want to try out a recipe. Anyway, so really, really easy. First thing I want to do is grate a little bit of garlic. So crushed garlic's what I'm after. So I find that rather than peel the garlic and then crush it, if you just grate it, you can put it through a fine side of a grater. Skin ends up on one side, the garlic on the other. So I find with pork ribs, pork generally, you don't want to be shy with the garlic, so use as many cloves as you like and then add 2. This is our tomato passata. You can just use pureed tinned tomatoes or buy passata. You can buy passata in pretty much every supermarket in Australia, I reckon now. About that much. A bit of mustard. You can just use a French-style mustard. This is one we've made ourselves. And then this is probably the thing that's really going to lift it is a little bit of homemade tomato sauce, and that's got about 3 years age, so it's actually getting really deep flavour. A couple of tablespoons, but should be enough. This is Grandad's vinegar. This is homemade vinegar, so it's quite strong. Just a splash. Rub the marinade all over the ribs. Taking the mustard, making sure the garlic and mustard go right through everything. You can marinate the ribs ahead of time if you like, but because they're cooking long and slow, you don't get a lot of advantage out of that. I reckon these are going to take at least a couple of hours in the oven. I'm going to put paper and foil over the top. The reason I use a baking paper is it helps the meat to steam a bit better. A lot less liquid comes out, a lot less steam comes out, particularly because I'm using an acid-based sauce. The tomato has acid in, and that can actually eat little holes in the foil and more steam escapes. It means my foil doesn't have to be as tight either. Might just sneak a little more water in there, just to make sure it doesn't dry out. If you're marinating this, you can leave it like that for 2-3 days before you cook it, but I can cook this straight away as soon as the oven's ready. It smells terrific, and most of the marinade is gone, so I pulled it out of the oven twice, marinated it twice, and now that's ready to go. Okay. You ready for it?
Oh, napkin. And some potatoes.
Oh, you got. How much out of 10 would these go?
in about a 7.
7? Mum's ribs are a 10, Dad's ribs are a 7.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
The key to realising our plans for Fat Pig Farm over the next 12 months lies in nurturing our soil so that it's healthy and fertile. But now that we've had our earth tested, I know that our pig paddocks are really low in minerals. So I've moved these guys into some lush new winter digs, giving the soil in their old paddocks 6 months of pig-free rehab. But to grow this mob big enough to supply the restaurant, we need large amounts of food for them. So I want to try them out on the acorns I gathered in town.
I doubt they're going to share nicely, so I might put some in the tray and some on the ground. I know. Gonna eat these? Pretend you're Spanish. Hola. Hola, pigs. Well, they like them. I once went to Spain and they told me that the only pigs in the world that love acorns and can eat acorns are the black-footed pigs, the pata negra, that produce the amazing jamón of Spain. I think all pigs probably love acorns. It's just that they happen to fatten theirs on acorns. So the theory is you feed them on a finishing diet, and whatever you finish them on gives the meat flavour and character. And so I'll finish them on acorns over the next 3 weeks at least.
Now, with the soil in our pig paddocks testing low in minerals like phosphorus, I really need to think about some sustainable ways to reintroduce organic nutrients to our patches of depleted earth. And I think our chooks may have a big part to play, because chickens don't urinate, which makes their poo especially rich in phosphorus and the world's best animal manure. So I'm off on a little road trip about 3 hours north to meet Phil Glover, a Tassie chook farmer who's figured out an ingenious way to distribute that beautiful poo evenly around his farm.
G'day, Matthew.
How are you?
Yeah, Phil, pleased to meet you.
Nice to meet you. I'm in the right place then.
Oh, you sure are.
Oh, these are the mobile pens.
Yeah, they are. They're basically a sled, pretty much. Yeah, we took on with a tractor and moved them to the next site.
Yeah, right. So they're on wheels or are they just on a sled?
No, they're on poles, pine poles in the shape of a sled, like a runner.
Yep.
Yeah, I got the idea off watching some nomads in Mongolia. They were dragging their houses around like it.
Oh, right.
So I was sitting there watching that. I thought,
if you can drag a house, you should be
yeah,
able
why
to
not
drag a
drag a
chook
chook
house.
shed? Yeah, yeah.
Right. So when they're in one place for too long, they create dust bards. We had in our old farm, we'd have like furrows like that where they would scratch down. And now we're really focused on soil and keeping ground cover. And so how often do you have to move them around to keep it looking a bit like this?
We generally shift into a new paddock once a month.
Yep.
But once we're in that paddock, we try and move the chooks about once a week.
Yep.
Each of these sheds are self-contained. They've all got water. Usually have enough feed for 4 or 5 days.
Yeah.
The chooks enter from the other side, lay their eggs on the astroturf.
That's just brown astroturf?
Yeah, it, like reduces your cracks, keeps the eggs clean, as you can see.
Yeah, beautiful.
Yeah.
That's a real problem for us, is dirty eggs all the time.
Phil fashioned these Mongolian-inspired chook sheds out of stuff he found lying around the farm. While they're a brilliant concept, they're probably a bit too big for what we need. But find a farmer who's come upon a clever idea and you're bound to see it reused in lots of different ways.
Yeah, so these are just a daily move pen. We move these every day. They've got no floor in them.
Right.
Yeah, so we just grow birds out in these.
And no laying boxes, no.
No,
So these are just for growing hens or meat hens.
Yeah.
So the whole thing just drags along.
Yeah, we just got 2 short. They move pyramids with it.
Yeah. So
we
you
just
just
chuck those into there.
Put them under there and then just roll it over until it comes out the other end.
Whack one of them under there.
Yeah.
And then you just pull it.
Oh, she's heavy enough. Right, but not quite what I need if I'm going to have laying hens.
Yep. We've got this version here, which might be a bit more suitable, Matthew. A bit more room in there, but I'd probably still think if you're going to be doing layers, probably have it a bit higher.
Yep. And what's the outside? That's just
shade cloth and some greenhouse plastic underneath.
Oh, so okay, so the plastic.
We've got another couple others there that we've put that silver paper under it.
Yep.
Yeah. So I could probably build one of these in a short day.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, if you've got the materials there. Yeah.
Oh, it'll only take me a week.
I took me a while, the first one or two.
You wouldn't generally think that a chook farm would be inspiring, but Phil's free-range sheds have really got me thinking.
I've always wanted to see pastured poultry, whether it's eggs or meat birds, actually having them on fresh grass all the time. I love the elegance of the system. I just want to see if we can do something like that at our place.
Organic farming is all about working in harmony with your animals and land. So the idea of using our chickens' poo to repair the soils our pigs have damaged is a good one. But raising those pigs for your own restaurant is another good example of how sustainable farming can work. The pigs eat all our food waste, and in return, there's lots of pork for our menus. Of course, it's what you do with that pork that keeps the restaurant and farm humming along. So while I'm still up north, I've heard about a family in the Sheffield area who've been raising pork for their own restaurant for 16 years.
Hey, mate.
G'day, Matthew. How are you?
I'm good. I'm very good.
Yeah.
This is so beautiful.
We've got 150 acres.
Wow. It's more than double our place.
Alex Zhao and his family are renowned in northern Tasmania for running one of the state's best Chinese eateries. And while the beef and chicken they supply their restaurant in town with are very popular, the pork dumplings that Alex's mum serves up are the stuff of local legend. So I've dropped in to see if they could be a good addition to our menu back on the farm.
What sort of dumplings are they? Like Xinjiang style, or are they more like?
Oh, just a traditional Chinese style.
Jiaozi?
Boiled, yeah, jiaozi. Yeah.
I tried making them once. They were rubbish. Can you show me how to do it?
Yeah. My mum, she's a master of dumplings.
You reckon she'd be better than you?
Oh, she's always better than me. I love her cooking.
That's the right answer. All right,
Yeah.
Let's go.
All right.
Dumplings are a winter staple in most parts of northern China. And the recipe Alex's mother Sonia uses is a favourite in her native Xinjiang, which borders Mongolia.
And so this is just flour?
Just flour, yeah.
So a good, fresh, but
beautiful
white flour?
Yeah.
And then just water, and what else?
Just water, no, nothing else.
No oil?
No.
No pork fat?
No.
No salt?
No.
So how much water to how much flour?
Normally, and I put in the 3 cups flour.
Yep.
If we put in the water, just 1.5. Use your hand now.
My hand?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
And just mix it up?
Mix it up.
You should have made these benches a bit higher.
If you like, put in here, it's a lot easier.
Is it?
Yeah.
Just tip it out on the bench?
Yeah. Yeah, easy way.
Oh, it's coming together now. I can feel it. There we go.
Yeah. Put in the 5 minutes, we're doing again.
And then we'll do it again?
Yeah.
So how many times do we have to do that?
3 times is best.
All right. Should we make the filling?
Filling? Yeah. Make a filling now.
With the dough resting, it's time for the filling. And Alex's dad, Victor, has ground up some of their own pork, along with some Australian prawns.
Yeah.
Diced up?
And we put in this salt,
Yeah.
sugar, chicken powder.
So chicken powder's like a chicken stock powder?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And 5 spice.
Oh, yum.
And soy sauce,
See, these are all measured.
oyster sauce,
Do you want me to grab? I'll grab that out because you don't want to miss out on any of that yummy goodness.
and oyster sauce.
There we go. And that one as well.
Yeah.
I can a little bit help you to this.
You can help me?
Yeah.
That'll be good.
Because always
Some way.
Well, you need to stir it in one direction. Maybe you should.
Yeah. That's fine.
And it changes the texture, the stirring in one direction. You've done this before, Victor.
As it's quite a wet mixture, typically you'd refrigerate it overnight to harden up. Then it's just a matter of some good olive oil and finely chopped chives and wombok.
Okay.
So the chives and Chinese cabbage are in volume the same amount as the mince. It looked like that.
That's right.
Wow, look at that. Okay.
Yeah.
Portioning the dumpling dough is a bit like making gnocchi, actually. It'd probably take me 4 times as long to do it right. So I'll let the experts take over. Just smear it on the middle. So that looks easy. But when it comes to the filling and rolling, I had to try my hand. What do you reckon?
Out of 10?
Looks like an army.
Well, I take that as a compliment.
With the dumplings in the pan, the idea is to first fry them in oil and then add water and cover them to steam for a few minutes until they've got a crispy bottom, soft top and juicy filling.
So I've got more experience of, I guess, the filled pasta, like Italian style. But they're similar in that they take all afternoon to make and then people spend about 4 seconds eating.
Yep.
That's true. Just take 6 at a time, so...
As many as you want.
As many as you want.
We have got them all.
Oh, my God.
Nice.
Good? Yeah, fantastic. Oh, wow. Fragrant. The sweet pork. The vegetable. I looked at that and I was thinking it was going to be really cabbagey, but it's not at all.
Yeah.
Just sweet.
Yeah, we like eating it. Yeah, really nice.
Anyway, you won't need this one.
I hate you, man.
Oh, thank you so much.
With our pigs moved into their fresh winter home, the soil in their old paddocks needs time to find its fertility again. But now, I've got a plan to help those paddocks.
Got pretty inspired by Phil's mobile chicken coops, and I was going to build one over maybe that Rio, the concrete reinforcing wire, but then we found this and thought what he was doing was using stuff that was lying around his farm. This has been lying around my farm for a couple of years. Might as well use that as a chicken coop. Oh, how big is it, Phil?
About 2,300 by 1,650.
Perfect. That's room for about 800 chooks. You don't seem very confident. I'm very confident. This is going to be brilliant, Phil.
Yeah.
I say he's building one from scratch.
Definitely.
OK, I think our chooks' music tastes lean more to country than heavy metal.
How heavy's your end?
Yeah, pretty heavy.
But when it comes to their accommodation, this old ute cage will make them feel like rock stars.
So I reckon it's always going to roll once we get the roof on.
Up the hill.
Uphill. And
stage right.
Ooh. Beautiful.
With a bit of corrie added for shelter and shade cloth to give the girls some privacy, of course.
Thought I'd see how hard it is to move before I put the chooks in. So.
The idea will be to use a few old pine posts like this one to move the shed into small patches of damaged soil that really need a good dose of nutritious chook poo. It literally glides across the ground.
As long as it's downhill.
Now with my range-roving chook shed looking good, all I need is a couple of volunteer test pilots. And that's another little idea to help our soil. Done and ready to roll into action with no need for chemical fertilisers.
There we go.
It may seem a little naive to think that simple little ideas like this are going to make any difference to the world. But right now, small farms of about 25 acres or less feed 70% of people on Earth.
Oh, hello. 2 eggs.
So with the world's population headed for 10 billion by 2050, every lesson I can learn on giving something back to the Earth that feeds us is an investment in my family's future and, in a small way, even our planet's.
I'm an artist. My medium is steel.
This is a really rustic little setup that we've got going on here.
That's amazing. Oh, happy birthday.